there's this magic moment. Somebody appears on the scene and everything changes.
I am with you.
We've never seen anything like this.
I will fight for you.
This was a man who's met his destiny.
And I will win for you.
He said he was saved by God in order to make America great again.
His victory was the greatest comeback of all time.
You're watching history, so buckle up.
I don't think the American people have ever seen this before. A government that has moved this quickly and a president that has done so much when it comes to the border and energy and major investments from other countries. It's like warp speed.
47's on a hot streak, bringing head-snapping change to Washington, overwhelming the system with a volcanic eruption of action. Trump has a mandate from the people, and he's using it, and they're just getting started.
President Trump said on the campaign trail, success will be my retribution.
Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free.
One shot at this, and no other president's going to do what I'm doing.
America's back. Common sense is back. He is keeping his promise to you, the American people.
Inflation is down. Growth is up.
The numbers don't lie. The economy is soaring.
Lowest gas prices in 4 years.
And record tariff revenue.
The USA is on a roll, culminating in the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill on July 4th.
The Trump economic golden age is full steam ahead.
America is back, thanks to the courage of President Trump, thanks to the leadership of his amazing cabinet, and thanks, of course, to our brave men and women in the United States military.
This is a message to the rest of the world. The days of ripping off America and Americans are officially over.
Between the attacks on Iran's nuke site and the Maduro operation, the U.S. military recruitment at an all-time high.
This president will go down in history as a peacemaking president.
Peace through strength, America's in charge.
And he's just got one filter, and that is America first.
Whatever they're doing, it's working. Zero illegal crossing, drug cartels frustrated, less crime.
We have the most secure border in the history of this nation. If you think we're doing good now, you just look at
The president isn't taking his foot off the gas in 2026.
It's a new year. The stock markets are already making new record highs.
The Trump archives are a series of near impossible feats.
As for the next year, the American people have so much to look forward to. The president will continue to build off of his historic accomplishments.
2025 is setting the table, but the banquet's going to be in 2026.
This is the golden age coming.
He says, make America great again because every American is invited.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun.
Alright guys, so I told you earlier that I was getting a weird feeling about some stuff. Well, we just had about a half hour, 45 minutes ago, I believe it was 143 character message, and I caught the trail end of it, and they transmitted the header 4 times, which it's like a urgency tag, my understanding, and I could be totally out in left field on that. Let me see here. Let me look, and I did see a couple weird aircrafts that were flying NA, and I really don't want to get into them too much because I caught them as they were taking off, and as soon as they took off, they got to like 1,000. They turned off the beacon. So let me see here.
Okay, we are en route. I was over here earlier. I was 1 block away with my kids at my friend's shop. We are very close to some people that own a shop here.
I don't know what the hell that was.
Arm rewrapped for a cat too, they did. And while I was in there, the kids were saying hi. The owners are basically family. My phone started going off about a bomb threat at a bank. So I just found out exactly what's going on, and it sounds like potentially the suspect has a custody issue, hasn't seen his daughter since she was about 4 years old. She is now 17 per the police scanner, and the suspect went inside this bank on, I think, the 2nd floor, which is not for banking, it's more for like, I don't know how to call it, current superintendent of schools.
Oh my god, this thing is running so slow. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Yeah, that was from yesterday with the thing at the Chase Bank. But I gotta find out where the hell it's coming. I know where it's coming from, but I gotta figure out. Let's see. I think I got it. And let's get the flights up. Sorry about that. So, I'm going to leave this section up here. I'm going to go see if I can find the log for this EAM and see if it was fleet wide or if it was to particular aircraft. But I have a feeling it's something to do with Iran. But give me a few here. I think he was neutralized, and none of the hostages were hurt. Alright, guys, give me a couple minutes. I'm gonna have to bring this stream down and bring another one up. For some reason, it didn't connect to one of the Blade servers. So give me a minute and I'll put it in the upcoming in. Oh, wait, maybe. Let me check. It may have just responded. Okay. It looks like they now have a drone off the coast of Venezuela. One of the black cats. So let's see if this thing. Fire. Okay. I may not have to do it now. Let's see. Let's see. Command updates. Nope. Remote. Okay. Maybe. Maybe. I think there was a system update. That's why it's acting kind of funky. Go to remote. I got a text message from my neighbor. He's hiring a kite. He texted me and said, I'm going to be here probably 3 or 4 days, but I'm hearing voices. I mean, connect two PCs in order to get started. Alright, and PC. Oh, that's what it is. They did update it. Let's see if I remember. 192.168.1.21, I think. Connection name. This is the Lumia server. Oh, I'm just mumbling to myself, Bill. Connect. And let's see what happens. Yeah. Oh, shit balls. Let me see. There we go. I think it's letting me log in. Poof it by magic. Yep. Alright, now you should see some activity here shortly. Ba-ba-ba. Yeah, so my neighbor said they put him on Dilantin and a bunch of other shit, and he said he was hearing fucking people talking in his room. He texted me to see if it was me. Should say, I'm here now. In a second. In a second. Come on, you. And refresh. Oh. There we go. Oh no, he's not feeling anything. Let's see. Let's get. Yeah, the drugs are working. Let's see. I want to see if this drone is still going. Yep, there he is. See if he's still doing a search pattern. Oh yeah, look at that shit. So $2:45 it launched. I just want to look at that search pattern. So they're looking at this port to see what is going in and out of that joker. Let's see here. Yeah, and then I went over to my other neighbors, the group of illegals, and they were all in the back swimming except for the mother. And I went in there and into their house, and I was calling her, and they're like, "Oh, she's in the living room." I go in, and her face is all swelled up and looked like she went about 8 rounds with Muhammad Ali. I'm like, damn, where's your husband at? Alrighty, so there's the search pattern. They're looking at that inlet. Little Miss Panda. Alrighty, so that joker's up and running. Let me get back here and I will explain an EAM. Why didn't that... Oh, I know why it didn't switch. Dummy. Alright, so what an EAM is it is a... They call them emergency action messages. And what happens is somebody, whether it's Pacific Command, the Pentagon, the White House, there's something urgent that needs attention, I guess you could say. Like, let's say somebody is getting ready to launch an attack on a country. And so they will send out these encoded messages to the fleet. It could be bombers, it could be submarines, it could be surface vessels, and that message is then, once it's received by the radio men, then what happens is they take that message to the skipper, and then they go to his war room and they decode the message. And it could be as simple as we need you to pull off station and start making course to the Middle East. Or it could be that another country is about ready to invade another country, and you need to start making headway towards this region. Could be anything that of high priority traffic. Normally, the bigger the messages, the urgency, because there's multiple messages normally inside of a single message. But you really don't know. They change the cryptography all the time. They have the books, the decode books on the ships or on the planes, to where they decode it, and those things are changed all the time. Let's see. Hey, I'm Nick Schmidt. Alright. Let me close this out now that that's up and running. Yeah, so it was 143 character. Let me see if they got it posted yet. Normally it takes a day or two, but I've seen it pretty quick get posted. The traffic. Yeah, that's funny you say that, Jason. My dad actually worked for TRW for years, and then TRW got bought out by PCC Airfoils. That's pretty funny. Are you spying on me for the Third Reich? Let's see. Let's see if Firefox is going to open up. This puppy is a hot mess. It's so funny. She goes over to her food dish and she'll sniff at it and see if there's any liver left in there. Let's see. So they did come up. That's good. I can get rid of that window. Get some. Start audio. Triple 175. Let's see, EAM alert. Oh, this one don't want to load. Triple 175. Have to do this. Man, I'll tell you what, it is hotter than a hostage outside. No, I don't think it is, Jason. It's about as fucking stable as a recovering alcoholic that lives next to a bar. Carlton. Let's see. See if this one will work any better. Yeah, let's see. I haven't gambled in a minute. Watch it take 100 ducats from me. Told ya, loser. What browser do you use, Fuhrer? Mein Kampf? Alright, got those up. We are all losing. Yeah, I know. Got that. How am I killing you, Outlandish? Yeah, so they don't have today's messages up yet. Let's see. Mein sprechen. Culinary. Oh. Oh, it's hotter. It's hotter than shit. Quit. Nothing there. Boston. Get some audio going here.
If you live anywhere here on the map, we can get you a brand new heating and air conditioning system.
Charge it. Good afternoon. My name is Detective Lieutenant Michael Turgeon. I'm a member of Governor Healey's Human Trafficking Subcommittee, and I'm the unit commander for the Massachusetts State Police High-Risk Victims Unit. Our unit is dedicated to identifying and protecting victims of human trafficking and holding those perpetrators accountable for their actions and making sure justice is served. A common misconception about human trafficking is the belief that it does not happen to someone we know or in our communities. Our work has taken us to cities and towns across Massachusetts, urban, rural, and suburban areas alike. In 2025 alone, our team with local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies made 299 arrests for trafficking-related offenses. Since April of this year alone, in coordination with the United States Marshal Service, as part of Operation Yellow Card, we have safely located over 20 missing at-risk youth from Massachusetts alone, and they were located in different states throughout the country. During our operations, we encountered mothers, daughters, nieces, men, boys, even children. What we know about traffickers is that they prey on vulnerable individuals and making far too many people susceptible. While my team and our law enforcement partners combat human trafficking every day, major events like the World Cup bring an influx of visitors and increased opportunities for traffickers. All of the partners here today have been working alongside one another for months, training, preparing, and ensuring that Massachusetts residents can spot the signs of trafficking and know how to report trafficking incidents to law enforcement. The Massachusetts State Police High-Risk Victims Unit, along with our partners, have participated in trainings at high schools to help students recognize how grooming can begin online. We have also worked with hospitality and transportation workers to help them identify signs of trafficking and how they can report these incidents, all in preparation for the World Cup. Everyone on this stage possesses the training, resources, and commitment to ensure residents can recognize the signs of trafficking and know how to seek help. Whether as a witness or as a victim, together we can shine a light on human trafficking, support survivors, hold traffickers accountable. Let's remain vigilant, united, and ensure Massachusetts is a place where every person is free from exploitation. I'm going to pass it on to Deputy Fitzgerald.
Good afternoon. The Boston Police Department's Family Justice Center and our Human Trafficking Unit has significant experience addressing the serious issue involving the exploitation of people for sexual services. We perform this critical work on a daily basis through law enforcement and connecting survivors with support services. This work is a survivor-focused, service-oriented strategy. The proactive work targets those who are exploiting individuals. The objectives are to deter and hold sex buyers accountable, to intercept buyers who are soliciting minors, to target trafficking operations, and to connect survivors with needed services. We are fortunate to have a strong working relationship with local law enforcement, the FBI, and the Massachusetts State Police. Just as importantly, we have excellent relationships with our local service providers and the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office. In particular, our close relationship with the Children's Advocacy Center of Suffolk County is invaluable. Our team effort strengthens our responses and enhances the services to survivors. While this work is not new to us, we have increased the scope of our operations in preparation for this global event. We've already begun proactive operations in coordination with the U.S. Marshal Service relating to the World Cup. We will continue these efforts throughout the summer. We thank the U.S. Marshals for their partnership in this effort. If you have any concerns relating to human trafficking, please contact us with a call to 911. Thank you. And I'm going to turn this over to My Life, My Choice Co-Executive Director, Audrey Morrissey. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Audrey Morrissey, and I'm the Co-Executive Director of My Life, My Choice, a program of Justice Resource Institute. I'm also a survivor of sex trafficking, and I've been working in the field for over 23 years. Over 35 years ago, when I was trafficked, we were invisible. But today, I am so proud to say that Massachusetts has really stepped up to support survivors and to support survivor leadership. As a survivor and a service provider, I have traveled across the country, and I feel incredibly blessed to live in a state that supports survivors of trafficking in a smart, trauma-informed way. Trafficking is real in our communities across Massachusetts, whether the World Cup is here or not. But during these games, marginalized people are at greater risk of sex and labor trafficking. Survivors such as myself and allies have worked together.
This is me on day one since my son made me switch from running to Tai Chi chair workouts. This is me on day 28 since I switched to Tai Chi chair workouts.
Men over 50 should not be running, lifting, or crunching. There's a smarter way. Tai Chi chair workouts. In 1 week, you'll move better than 90% people of your age. In 2 weeks, you'll have a toned
or the National Human Trafficking Hotline. If you are being exploited or approached around exploitative labor or sex, please call. Whether you call 911 or the National Human Trafficking Hotline, you will be connected to a service provider in Massachusetts who will listen and help you to find safety. It doesn't matter how you come here. In Massachusetts, everyone can get help. because here in Massachusetts, anyone who faces human trafficking, this state has your back. Thank you.
Great job. Thanks, Audrey. We're going to turn it over to Michael McCabe, I believe, now to help us from MassDOT. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Mike McCabe, MassDOT's Chief of Enterprise Security and Resilience. I am joining you here today on behalf of Interim Secretary of Transportation and MBTA General Manager Philip Eng. At MassDOT and the MBTA, safety is at the center of everything that we do for our residents who depend on us to deliver a multimodal transportation network that is reliable, seamless, and accessible. While we are often focused on moving people safely and efficiently throughout the state, we also recognize our responsibility to protect vulnerable individuals and support efforts that keep our communities safe. Human trafficking is a crime that often hides in plain sight. It affects people of all ages, from all backgrounds, and all communities. Transportation systems can unfortunately be used by traffickers to move the victims, and this is why transportation agencies have a unique role to play in raising awareness, educating the public, and helping to connect people with resources. Today's campaign launch demonstrates our commitment to being a part of the solution through signage on the transit system, on the highway billboards, and through employee trainings via digital communications and outreach on the MBTA, through our digital regional transit authorities, and other signage assets, we can share this important message. This effort aligns with the Healy-Driscoll administration's commitment to public safety, community partnership, and protecting those most at risk. Every poster and every digital message, every employee who receives training strengthens our ability to recognize and respond. We are proud to be a part of this campaign, and together in transportation, we can build a multimodal system that helps to protect humanity and strengthen our communities. I'll now turn it over to Secretary Kwan.
Questions on topic?
Before we take any questions, I want to recognize that we have Worcester County DA Joe Early here. We're fortunate on the council to have two district attorneys, Marion Ryan from Middlesex County, Paul Tucker from Essex County, and we're grateful that you joined us here today, Joe. And just one last thing I think it's important. You know, we've talked a lot about the collaboration. You can see it's cross-sector. We've got folks who are on the front lines helping us, our law enforcement community. It's so pivotal to this work, but something that Philippa raised, I hope sticks with you. Silence is really not an option here if we want to do all that we can to help assist anyone who's been victimized, whether it's sex trafficking or labor trafficking. This is everybody's business. We do happen to have a lot of folks coming into town, so we know there's higher risk. But as Audrey mentioned, whether the World Cup is here or not, we know that we have challenges here when it comes to sex trafficking and labor trafficking. Make this your business. If you see something that's not right, we've trained folks, we're collaborated, we've got the best law enforcement partners we could have working on this, but we need all of us involved in this. This really is making sure that we're building awareness. That's what this campaign is about. That's the work that's going into the human trafficking plan, the implementation that will be here all year long. It requires all of us to participate. Call 911, call hotlines. We want to help people if they need it. And the only way that works is if we're all engaged in this together. So with that, any questions on topic?
Question for Audrey or potentially law enforcement. Sure. In your experiences either personally or working with survivors, I'm wondering if you could speak to what some of the biggest missed opportunities are and red flags that are often missed that people should pay attention to.
Well, I think there's really a lack of training in general, that we have to really put more effort into community awareness, such as this campaign, but to really be more engaged in that even after the games, because as you heard, this goes on all the time. So a lot of people might see it and they might not know what the signs are. If you see young people with dollar signs, tattoos they don't want to, if you ask, what does that mean? And they're hesitant to explain, those are red flags. If it's young people that they might have expensive clothing, expensive technology that the family can't afford, those are red flags. And just ask the questions and be aware of young people. Are they getting in and out of cars? and don't hesitate taking license plates, because I think a lot of people think if I don't know the person's name or who the young person.
Sorry to interrupt, but this is important. The shooter who murdered my sweet little Daniel brought a highly lethal weapon with him to my son's first grade classroom at Sandy Hook Elementary. In approximately 4 minutes, he shot 154 bullets, killing 20 children and 6 educators. Now, Congress is working on solutions to prevent school shootings, the kind of legislation that might have saved my sweet son Daniel from being murdered. We need your voice with us.
In regards to red flags, we have a very robust relationship with the hospitality industry and transportation hubs. And since this initiative, Yellow Card, has started, we've been talking to all these hospitality groups about what to look for in the train stations, bus stations, the airport. Giving them a clear channel to contact us with their concerns so we can act speedily. So I think awareness is a big part of it, and those partnerships that we built now will last for a very long time.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we have 47 teams coming to this country. People probably speaking more than 150 languages. The campaign you are going to, to do, how do you plan to target people coming?
Yeah, absolutely.
With 150 languages.
Yep. Secretary Kwan, would you like to take that?
So a lot of our PSAs, not just for the human trafficking, but a lot of our other Know Your Rights and Match Ready Massachusetts materials have already been translated into other languages. I know we're going to see many different people of different countries coming here, not just the 14 teams that we will be hosting here. So we are prepared for that and putting resources out. Fortunately, we also have a very diverse population here in Massachusetts already. So many of our service providers, our law enforcement, our DA's offices have resources and people in their offices that speak those other languages also.
The campaign will be multilingual.
Yes, the campaign is in multiple languages.
Are you using multilingual language through popular apps like WhatsApp, Telegram, or others that often circulate internationally?
I don't know the specifics of that, so we can get back to you as to how it's going, but I know the print campaign and online campaigns will be in multiple languages.
How much of all this, how much of how this all happens is the enforcement of it? How much is online versus physically in person?
Talking about the acts themselves?
Yeah.
Do you want to come forward?
Are you asking how much of the the solicitation goes on online? A lot of it. What we deal with, most of it. There's different commercial sites that are used for commercial sex, and that's where most of it is taking place. And then I also had for you, sir, we have a translation line, law enforcement, that we can call, and we use it often. If we need a translator, we just tell them what language we need, and then they just give us their translator number, and then they'll talk to the person that we need to have the conversation translated.
So with the online solicitation, what kinds of efforts is law enforcement going to take?
A lot.
Are you targeting certain platforms like Roblox or TikTok or anything like that?
So that's, you wanted to a different, I was talking about the commercial sex sites. There are instances where Roblox is definitely being used to exploit children. But as far as he was talking about the soliciting, I believe a guy wants to come here and solicits. Though there's sites for that we go after, that we monitor.
I think to answer your question, I think more specifically, any, media has been a great thing, technology and those types of things, but you always have that dual impact from both, it's a good thing, but a bad thing. It allows folks to reach out and touch vulnerable individuals, whether it's social media sites, whether it's video games, all of those things. That's where you get the co-opting, that's where you get the enticement, that's where you get folks drawing these folks basically out of support systems into a world in which now they can basically take full control. And so almost any medium that can be used to touch an individual, whether it be through video games, social media apps, platforms, that's something that that's something that we're trying to get a hold of. The reality is, like, we don't control that, though, as law enforcement. Those are those platform, those companies, those organizations. They've done a much better job, I think, in coordinating and engaging and working with law enforcement, but that's definitely a Pandora's box.
When we worked at the Olympics in Paris a couple of years ago, we worked with another organisation, and they did some data scrapes. And what we found was that in the run-up to the preparations of the Olympics, where all the logistics, the construction was in town, then there was a 114% increase in online ads for young, fresh, teen, new girls. And they were generally Eastern European. And then as it shifted and all of the spectators came into the city, the advertising shifted, and it was young, new, young girls being advertised. And then suddenly it was South American, and the price point went up from selling them from 300 euros up to like 1,200 euros. So it just sort of like went to show that there was, people were soliciting online. And also, as part of this campaign, we are geo-targeting all the hotspots in the states that we're working with real preventative messaging to the vulnerable communities that are most at risk. Thank you.
Use the algorithms for us for a change, right?
Yeah.
We'll go here in the front.
Hi, everyone. I just want to say that this is such a breath of fresh air, and I applaud all of you for coming together. I'd like to just politely and respectfully remind you that I'm part of the healthcare industry, and many of the healthcare systems have been trained on human trafficking to identify and take appropriate action, and that it's based on studies of 88 to 92% of all survivors have sought out medical care while they're being trafficked. So with that said, I think that's an important element to really be part of, even though they can be there if there's any injury or even some assessment going on.
All right, we wanted to play out as much of that event for you as we could here on Live Now from Fox, as Boston officials are speaking on human trafficking efforts ahead of the World Cup, which does get started in just 1 week. It is time for us here on Live Now from Fox to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with much more. I'm your host, Anna Marsick. Stay close.
Evelyn. Evelyn.
Well said, Lord Skeletor. Poetry.
But taken away his days done. With the new dawn, the Tanya shall witness my rise. That's it. I finished.
Of course, my lord.
When I raise my fist like that, I'm done.
Yes.
That is the crescendo.
No for the future, my lord.
Franklin University makes it possible.
At Franklin University, our success begins with yours.
Holidays and bring his family, and this was once sort of an iconic place to go. I mean, talk about a fall from grace, right, Matthew? Looking MacArthur Park up, and the history of it.
We're gonna go set up for the pressers.
There are headlines from many years ago that describe it as from swamp to the Champs-Élysées of LA. And this all originated in the 1880s, and then in the 1920s when it got a revitalization. And it was sort of the turning point in the 1970s, an economic decline and a crime era. That's when that all happened. This followed World War II. So just to sort of hear about the history of MacArthur Park, and it sort of ebbs and flows between swamp-ish conditions, as it was described in this article I'm reading, to now to more of a Central Park, which is what our DA described it as, to now what it is. And even when we see the aerial shots, it looks to be, it's pretty to see the lake down below, but then just to see it sort of overrun by the crime and all of the illegal activity, it's very sad. So the fact that they are working to clean it up is a good thing.
Exactly, yeah. And if you speak with anyone out here, they will say kind of what you're alluding to, that MacArthur Park used to be a place that families could go to and have picnics on a Sunday, and it was a place that people would feel safe. And unfortunately, over the last few decades anyway, that has changed. And I think a lot of people have unfortunately started to accept that change, and that's just the way MacArthur Park is. Same you could say with Skid Row. But it sounds like they're trying to put an end to that assumption, and they're trying to make a difference right now and make MacArthur Park safe again.
And of course, there's the critics who would say criminalizing, I was going to say homelessness, is not a good thing. Many of these people, we don't know their story if they are homelessness, but obviously they are. If you're in, as you pointed out, open air drug activity there in MacArthur Park, that is against the law.
Yeah, I mean, open drug use is against the law. And I feel like, it's kind of become a thing here where people can accept it at this section of the park for whatever reason. It's been happening for a while, and they're trying to change that.
All right, we are going to take our 2-minute break here on the Fox Local Stream. So Olin Martinez behind the camera, Matthew Seedorf, our reporter there on the ground. Stick with us and we'll...
All right, so as we were just dipping into Fox 11's coverage, and they are preparing to take a commercial break, we are also here on Live Now from Fox, going to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Stay close. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Anna Marsick. We're following a big story right now out of Los Angeles. Take a look at this X post on your screen there coming from LAPD headquarters saying the LAPD is currently assisting our federal partners in a joint narcotics enforcement operation in the MacArthur Park area. This operation is focused solely on drug-related criminal activity. There is no connection to immigration enforcement. So before the break, we were listening into Fox 11's coverage of this. Let's head back out to that and listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
The podium, it's hard for me to see. There's a podium. I see it now. Thank you to the crew in the booth. There is a podium there front and center, and that is where officials will convene, expected to happen about 4 o'clock, right, in about 5 minutes. So when that happens, we will bring that to you live. Bill Asaley, the U.S. Attorney, he is the lead out there. He was there a month ago when it was a similar drug raid that happened. That one targeted more cartels and actual drugs. They seized a whole lot of fentanyl in May. 18 people were arrested, many linked to the Sinaloa cartel. Today, they are doing a sweep of MacArthur Park. It's about 35 acres, by the way, and they've been walking that and putting people under arrest for illegal drug activity. So there's a better shot of the podium. I see the podium now, clear as day. So we are waiting for this to start, and we're going to get an update from our team on the ground. Olin Martinez behind the camera. Matthew Seedorf is the reporter who has been doing a great job sort of giving us the lay of the land as all of this unfolds live on the Fox local stream. The DEA there setting up their microphones. We obviously have a microphone there, and we look forward to hearing from everyone involved in today's raid. No word on number of arrests that have happened. We've seen some people taken into custody and then released. We did get to talk to one of those LAPD officers, and he was asked why the cuff and release, and he basically said, oh, these two people were just involved in a fight that we broke up, and it didn't seem that either one hit the other, so there was no crime involved. They were just detained for a moment and released. We look forward to getting some of the updated numbers. That looks like they're doing a mic check. Let's check in with Matthew Seedorf. Can you hear me? Matthew, there you are. You're outside Langers. What's the latest?
Yeah, so we're about a half block from that press conference they're setting up there. We have another camera over there from Gino and Nick. So we're just trying to spread out, and you can see that Hollywood crew still here, kind of
With Vistaprint, you can turn your ideas into custom apparel you can't wait to wear and share. So you can introduce your brand before you even say hi. Give your whole team a glow up in professional polos and outerwear. And upload your logo and poof, you've got apparel with print so clear, your brand jumps right off the fabric. Just think it, click it, and print it with Vistaprint. Because with all the colors, sizes, and styles you need, anything's possible. Print your possible with 20% off your first order at Vistaprint.com.
Hi, kids. Remember your dreams? All the future plans you made? Has private student loan debt destroyed those dreams? It doesn't have to. Y-Refi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others won't touch. They can reduce your payment. You can get your life back. And they don't even care what your credit score is. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today. Let's go.
Right, Marlette.
All right, it does look like that press conference is getting underway. So what we are going to do here on Live Now from Fox is we are going to take that live for you on our air. Let's listen in, raw and unfiltered, here on Live Now from Fox.
You got everyone? All right, good afternoon, everybody. It is great to be back here in MacArthur Park in a joint operation. This is a task force between the DEA and the LAPD. And first and foremost, I really want to thank all of our partners, the District Attorney's Office, LAPD, and everyone that's been involved in putting this together. We cannot do it without them. This is our third phase of this operation. Phase 1 was we dismantled the leadership of the 18th Street Gang. Phase 2 was to go after the drug dealers and suppliers at MacArthur Park. We did that last month. You guys saw that. And now we're on phase 3. And phase 3 will be a consistent law enforcement presence in the park to enforce state law, which prohibits people from being under the influence of narcotics and possessing drugs with the intent to use them. That is critical. We have to address the demand if we want to clean up the park. I'm going to keep my comments brief. This is, again, not a one and done. It's an ongoing operation. We're so excited to have, again, the partnership of the district attorney who is able to enforce the state laws, which we can't. One other thing I want to just announce. The President and the Attorney General announced the Model Cities Initiative. This is key. This is going to provide up to $300 million in assistance for local law enforcement. You've seen what the President's done in Washington, D.C. We want to do the same here in L.A. So I'm officially informing LAPD and the City of L.A. that they are eligible to apply for this. We'd like to work with them, and we'd like to get them some federal dollars so they can boost their efforts here in the city of LA. And let's get LA cleaned up for everyone so we can enjoy the games. Thank you guys so much. And next, I'd like to bring Tony up, who's the special agent in charge of the DEA.
Good afternoon. I want to thank all our partners, the U.S. Attorney's Office of the Central District of California, U.S. Attorney Billy Asali. Thank you, LAPD Assistant Chief Amada Tingarides, for the partnership and critical support. Thank you, LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman, for joining us today as we partner in this effort to restore MacArthur Park and return it to the community. I especially want to thank the men and women of DEA working tirelessly to safeguard the health and well-being of our communities. Thank you, members of the media, for coming out to share the story of hope that we're putting out here today. Thank you to the residents, the business owners who have reached out to thank us. 1 month ago, I stood not too far from this spot as DEA teams and LAPD officers executed a significant operation along Alvarado. I promised change and commitment to free MacArthur Park from crime, drug activity, and the sense of gloom and despair that's been plaguing this community. Days later, I came back. I visited the park, and I'm going to be honest with everybody here today. While things has changed, yeah, we put bad guys in jail, we took drugs off the street, there were still things that hadn't changed. And we're here today to let everyone know that the change is coming, and we're committed to doing this. We are here. We want the public and all those connected to MacArthur Park to grasp the new reality. You are seeing something different. We are taking a united stand, aligning to free MacArthur Park. Our presence will remain. You will continue to see decisive enforcement around the park. We mean business. This is not a photo op promising an overnight change. We know it's going to take a long time, contingent on significant manpower to make noticeable and enduring changes. I want to be clear. Since May 6, when we first showed up, DEA and LAPD have continued to make arrests, holding accountable those who profit off the vulnerable, arresting criminals who peddle deadly drugs like fentanyl and other dangerous drugs in and around the park. MacArthur Park will no longer be a beating ground for drug crimes, no longer an open-air drug market. I think most neighbors agree we want tranquility restored to the lake, to this park. We will work hard to deliver that promise. Again, I want to thank the men and women of DEA and all our partners for the countless hours and hard work poured into this operation. Thank you, everybody. I'd like to turn it over to LAPD Assistant Chief Amada Tingarides.
Good afternoon. My name is Assistant Chief Amada Tingarides, and I am the Director of the Office of Operations for the Los Angeles Police Department. First and foremost, I want to begin by expressing my gratitude to our federal partners, U.S. Attorney Bill Asali, and the men and women of the Drug Enforcement Administration. Their commitment to protecting lives in this city has been unwavering, and the people of Los Angeles are safer because of it. I also want to thank District Attorney Nathan Hochman for standing with the men and women of the LAPD as we work together to restore MacArthur Park and the surrounding business and community. The residents, families, and business owners that have reached out, please know your voices matter. We see you, we hear you. We want a better community for you. Last month, we stood here right on the Alvarado corridor together following a major joint DEA and LAPD operation. What did we target? Illicit drug sales in the area. We made significant arrests that day, but real change takes sustained effort. And that's what you see here today. We promised we would not stop. And that is why we are here today. LAPD's Gang and Narcotics and Rampart Division personnel, working with our federal partners, have remained engaged and on the ground in this community, making arrests, seizing dangerous narcotics, and holding accountable those who profit from addiction and prey on vulnerable people in and around MacArthur Park. Every arrest made, every ounce of dangerous drugs removed represents a life potentially saved in this community. The group that stands before you here today represents our coordinated and persistent effort to dismantle the criminal networks that prey upon our community members, exploit their addictions, and endanger young people in this MacArthur Park community. Our mission is to return this park, the lake, and this corridor back to the citizens of Los Angeles and the community members of MacArthur Park, and to support those suffering.
Can we pay for the people behind us, please?
Okay.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. And while we wait for the people behind us to get their drinks, let me tell you about TrimRx. I'm sure you've heard of those GLP-1 weight loss medications that everyone's talking about and everyone's losing a ton of weight on, but you also probably know they can cost a lot of money, like a lot, thousands of dollars a month. And TrimRx offers these personalized weight loss medication plans for less than the price of a cup of coffee a day. And all you need to do to get started with TrimRx today is click the link below and fill out the quick form.
You'll find courses that teach you back-end web development using Python and Go, right from the basics to more advanced concepts. The lessons are designed such that you're not just passively learning, but you're actually coding, which is the best way to learn. And the reason why I keep working with them is that their mission is to make coding as engaging as possible by making it very RPG-like, which I think will resonate really well with a lot of you. It has levels to complete and achievements to unlock. And because it's also self-paced, you can learn at your own speed. If you get into trouble, they have both an AI to help as well as an active Discord community to guide you through whatever concept you're struggling with. And they also offer a 30-day no questions asked refund policy, as well as a free demo for every course. So if it interests you, you can also try it risk-free.
Right here. We have to free MacArthur Park. MacArthur Park is essentially our Central Park. New York might have its Central Park. Our iconic Central Park is MacArthur Park. You can see behind me the skyline of Los Angeles. That assures you that where MacArthur Park is ground zero to see if we can actually drive the criminal element from this park, and in the same vein, provide compassionate assistance for anyone who needs it. So we are going to go ahead and enforce the laws. And as First Assistant Bill Asaley said, we had a first phase. Working with the DEA, working with the LAPD, they went after the gangs. The second phase was going after the big drug dealers. But as they said, that is the supply side of the equation. There's also a demand side, and it exists in the park. Because if there's no one demanding drugs in the park, the suppliers have nowhere to go in the park. That is this phase 3, to go after this demand side of the small dealers in the park, the drug addicts in the park who are using illegally hard drugs every single day. I refuse to allow MacArthur Park to be a cemetery. And that's what it's been. Because we have had individual after individual after individual die of drug overdoses, so much so that the local fire department spends much more time trying to revive people with Narcan who are on death's door than they do putting out fires in this area. That is a reality. And we collectively refuse to allow MacArthur Park to be a cemetery anymore. We are going to restore it day in and day out. And you've heard that this is not a one and done effort. This will be a consistent effort. So if you want to find out what we're doing tomorrow, come back. If you want to see what's going on next week, come back. Next month, come back. And what you will see is a law enforcement presence that is going to bring public safety here. Then we're going to bring all the community organizations and all the nonprofits who want to help any of the individuals here, whether they need housing, drug treatment, mental illness treatment. We'll make sure that they get that compassionate assistance as well. And we're going to and we're going to continue this effort so much that I'm going to make a promise. And here's my promise. Labor Day this year, 2026, I am going to come with my family and I'm going to have a picnic in MacArthur Park, because MacArthur Park is going to be safe enough to have that picnic. Mr. Staley, I invite you and our DEA and LAPD colleagues, please join myself and my family for a picnic. I invite the mayor, I invite every city council person, every member of the Board of Supervisors to join us here for a picnic on Labor Day, because MacArthur Park will be that safe. And again, I'm going to, you know what, everyone out there, please get your picnic baskets ready. Whether you live anywhere here, you work here, you're coming from abroad and you want to see what the iconic MacArthur Park looks like, Labor Day 2026 is the day we're going to have that picnic, and hopefully not just that day, but in the days to come after that. So again, I thank the U.S. Attorney's Office and our First Assistant, Bill Asaley. The DEA and the LAPD have literally dedicated hundreds of hours, but this will involve thousands of hours. The DA's office will be a participant, hand in glove with all you folks. And again, thank you everyone here who has waged the battle to get us to this day, to get the focus on MacArthur Park, to actually free it. Thank you very much. Well, Nathan brought his fan club. That's good. We'll take a few questions. Please be on topic. Yes.
A few people get detained. Can you talk about arrest today and what specifically was accomplished with today's action?
Do you want to address who wants to speak on that? Those arrests were primarily made by the LAPD.
Good afternoon, everyone. Captain Ben Fernandez, LAPD Rampart Division Commanding Officer. We have made 6 citations, 13 arrests for the citations: smoking in public, quality of life issues. The arrests include drinking in public, the use, being under the influence of narcotics, and a misdemeanor arrest warrant, and then having bulky items inside the park, meaning people having large items that are encampments going through the park. So we've been enforcing these quality of life issues.
So
Thank
hold
you.
on. So you got 4. How many arrests total?
So 13 arrests and 6 citations total.
Okay, and that's just in less than 1 hour of work. Any other question? I saw out there they had a lot of needles. There's a lot of drug paraphernalia. The problem with the drugs is they use them very quickly. I mean, a lot of the people there are highly addicted, and so they get enough money, they scrounge enough money just to get their hit for the day, and they take it. So usually we don't find the addicts with a lot of drugs, but they do have needles, paraphernalia?
Correct. There are tons of needles, pipes, paraphernalia. We are working with MacArthur Park and Rec, the MacArthur Park Director of Park and Recs, to do cleanups on that. They've already been notified. They have teams that will go through and clean up those needles and those other things. No, I can't be specific at this time. This is all preliminary numbers. So our previous operation was really going after the fentanyl and getting those large seizures with our DEA partners. Today was not that. Today was more the quality of life issues, going after the users and going after the bad behavior in the park.
Yeah, so today was real time. So we haven't done any lab testing. We don't know for sure. I can tell you, based on the prior cases and investigations, the two primary drugs that are distributed here are fentanyl and methamphetamine. Those are the two primary drugs that we encounter here. Yes, other questions? Today we're focused on MacArthur Park, but our partnership with the LAPD is going to extend far beyond the boundaries of this park. We will follow the drug market wherever it goes. MacArthur Park's important because basically it was an open-air drug market. And if you drove by, you'd see hundreds of people folded over and using drugs. And so we wanted to hit this first. But this will be a model for how we work together on future operations. Yes, any other questions? It's going to look like what you saw today. There's going to be teams of DEA and LAPD officers. They're going to come unannounced. It could be any day, any time, and it could be once a week, multiple times a week. We're not going to announce it, but they're going to come and do these regular sweeps, and any laws that are being violated will be enforced. Yes.
I wanted to follow up to her question about the LAPD resources. So currently in Rampart Division, we have a supervisor in
Your summer begins with an escape plan. A plan for summer parties. A plan for rest and relaxation. And a plan for soaking up the sun. At The Great Escape, let us help you design the perfect outdoor oasis. There's no place like home. Enjoy it more than ever before. With a little help from The Great Escape.
It's only been in a year? I mean, how long has it been? So do you want to address why this hasn't happened before? Maybe it's because of his predecessor.
So in order to deal with these issues, you have to not just deal with the large-scale fentanyl dealers. And they've actually already seized close to 20 kilograms of fentanyl in these operations. And just to give you a perspective of what 20 or more kilograms looks like, that is enough lethal doses of fentanyl to kill everyone in Los Angeles County twice over. That's how many lethal doses they've already seized. But now we need to deal with the quality of life crimes that are going on in that park. If anyone's actually seen the people suffering from this illegal drug use, you would think we were in a third world country. You could not imagine we're in Los Angeles circa 2026. You would say someone needs to do something to help these individuals. For anyone who's actually cares about these unhoused people, and the people behind me do, they look at this situation, they say, we're not going to wait until they ultimately get enough fentanyl in their drug dose to die. We're just not going to make MacArthur Park a cemetery anymore. We're tired of it. So what are we actually going to do about it? And you're right, I wish this had happened a year ago, 2 years ago, 10 years ago. MacArthur Park has been on a downward trend for a long, long time. I remember back in the 1984 Olympics when MacArthur Park was celebrated as one of the best places to go in Los Angeles. I remember when they had the colorful Mylar balloons in the lake of MacArthur Park. Look it up. It was a beautiful summer that we got to experience the beauty of MacArthur Park. Now, again, you would not, and I would not recommend before we engage in these operations, you to walk through MacArthur Park during the day or the night. That is so unacceptable. I'm a resident of Los Angeles. I'm a Los Angelino for my entire life. And I refuse to give the park to the criminals. That should not be a safe space for criminals. That should be a safe space for the public. So the fact that we're doing it now, We're doing it now. That's my answer. The fact that it wasn't done in the future, I'm not going to blame a soul, but we're doing it now.
I'll blame Gascon, but I will say leadership matters, and I think you have new leadership in LA. You have Nathan Hochman, you have a different Department of Justice, you have Chief McDonald, and we're all working together. We do work really close together, really well together. Leadership matters, and this is something that's a priority for the President and the Attorney General. They want us to work hand in hand with our local communities to clean up the neighborhoods for the citizens of this nation. And you saw what the President did in D.C. We want to do the same here. We want to help LA clean up the crime and get it out of here so families can use that park and not fentanyl dealers. That's the goal. Any other questions? Okay. All right, thank you guys. Appreciate you being out here. Really appreciate it.
Yes.
Do we have Spanish?
Yes. Hurtado.
LAPD has, yes, we'll get
does as well.
Quite a space on this side.
Okay.
All right, so if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, that was a press conference coming from officials in California as we got an update about a drug raid that was happening there in MacArthur Park. In California, armed federal agents made their way to MacArthur Park today. DEA and law enforcement were there to conduct a narcotic operation targeting drug users and those who are in possession of illegal substances. Los Angeles County DA says law enforcement will be there indefinitely. And we heard from officials saying this is an ongoing operation. It's not a one and done, as they have multiple partnerships underway, and they're partnering with the district attorney, the agent in charge saying that they are working for change and that they are going to stay there in order to reinforce the change. Earlier, we were listening into Fox 11's coverage of this. Let's head back out to that and listen into their coverage right now.
News at 5. Let's get you caught up, because while that was happening, we just got updated numbers in the primary. Here is the latest in terms of the mayoral race, now with 60.
All right, so it looks like they are switching their coverage right now. Let's go out to a live look there, as that press conference there did just wrap up in MacArthur Park. And we were hearing from Fox 11's reporter actually during this breaking news, Matthew Seedorf, as Operation Free MacArthur Park is ongoing. And Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11's reporter, actually went on an exclusive ride-along with Los Angeles' fire department to detail what is exactly going on in this operation. So we wanted to play out that package for you here on Live Now from Fox. Take a listen.
Rescue 811, 1256 West 7th Street, cross South Whitmer Street, number 818.
Track 7.
The alarms never really stop at LA Fire Station 11. Day or night, crews here are moving. One of the busiest fire stations in the country.
All of us work here for a reason. We want to be busy. We want to be going on the runs. We want to be helping people.
Station 11 sits in LA's Westlake neighborhood, just blocks from MacArthur Park, where homelessness, violent crime, and open drug use keep first responders running call after call.
Give this as a spray, I can give it as a shot, or I can put it into IV.
Narcan isn't just equipment here, it's a daily necessity. How many do you think you go through a day?
There's probably at least 6 to 10 overdoses within the park area a day, easily.
First call is an overdose.
Metro clear.
Just minutes into our ride-along, we're on the move.
Try not to move, sir. We're going to take a picture of your heart still.
A man in distress, an apparent overdose. This person needs to go to the hospital, but for whatever reason, he doesn't want to go, so they're trying to convince him.
I'm not going to the hospital. They're afraid of getting in trouble, so they pop up, they run off, and we just have to wait for them to call again next week.
They barely wrapped up this call, and now we're going to another one.
This is an automatic alarm. There's always the chance that this is an actual fire.
Medical emergencies, fire alarms, and an elevator rescue.
So we went from the overdose to an automatic alarm to now the elevator. And it's the importance of being ready for any run.
Back at the station, a rare moment that's never guaranteed.
Delicious meal. Thank you, Captain.
Got it. The crew eats fast and cleans with precision, squeezing in house chores when they can.
Never knowing when the next call is going to come in. Sleepless nights, but I do it all over again.
More higher level care.
What's this?
That's our fast response vehicle.
Right on cue, another call.
The park
definitely produces that. So many calls, even interviews are a challenge.
Sounds like an assault, pretty common for our area. So they're going to be in place to hopefully keep the heavy apparatus in quarters.
Firefighters here estimate roughly 80% of the calls to Station 11 are connected in some way to the homeless crisis.
So usually from another state, the Midwest, and they like the weather and they like the drugs.
They use 911 as their normal care.
As the sun goes down, the workload seems to pick up.
Now we're going to a rubbish fire.
Firefighters quickly knocking down whatever this was burning on the sidewalk.
Yeah, it looks like some sort of electrical panels. Sometimes they'll burn them to try to get the wires out. They won't know what to do.
Then another rubbish fire just minutes later. This time a wooden pole burning along the 110 freeway. A homeless person walking away as crews put out the flames. Is this like a common call?
Yeah, this whole area right here.
In 2023, this station was recognized as the busiest ladder company in the nation. You get sleep here?
I work in ClickUp. Your team projects, messages, and files are kept in one workspace, so the work is visible and the priorities are clear. And ClickUp AI has 100% context of your work, so it's an expert for your company and your workflows. When your workspace is this smart, you don't have to work harder to get ahead.
ZipRecruiter. Post your job, matches come from the site rated #1. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Welcome back and Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Anna Marsick. A big story that we're following today had a development. Take a look at this X post coming from TMZ. Carmelo Anthony trial begins with a debate over who started that confrontation. Opening statements started this morning in the high-profile murder trial of Frisco ISD student Carmelo Anthony. He is accused of fatally stabbing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a track meet last year. High tension and crowds of demonstrators have flooded the Collin County Courthouse where cameras are banned. This trial follows a contentious jury selection process on Wednesday where an all-white 12-person jury was finalized after Judge John Roach Jr. overruled defense objections to the state striking 3 black potential jurors. So joining us now to break down the legal stakes is criminal defense attorney Jeremy Rosenhall. Jeremy, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Hi, how are you?
Good. All right, so let's just start with these opening statements today that happened at the Collin County Courthouse. How would you describe the atmosphere and just the pressure inside the room as this trial gets underway?
Well, it's certainly a spectacle. I practice in Collin County, Texas. I was in the Collin County, Texas courthouse just this morning. There's a palpable security that's around. The courthouse is a bit of a ghost town because of this trial. And candidly, Collin County is a county of about 1 million people. I don't know that I've ever seen an atmosphere quite like it. They have had high-profile cases there before, but I imagine it's pretty tense. The court has had some very strict rulings with regards to publicity, with regards to security and things like that. There's just been a really unfortunate history in this case of online misinformation, threats, things like that. So the county is really taking no chances when it comes to security, no chances when it comes to the integrity of these proceedings.
A lot of headlines are saying, those opening statements today were a little bit heated. Break that down for the viewers.
Well, this has been a very emotional and contentious case. I'll start yesterday with jury selection. During jury selection, there were 3 what are called Batson challenges. A Batson challenge is a challenge essentially claiming that one side, in this instance, the state of Texas, was accused of racially motivated jury strikes. That's a pretty big, there's just no other way to say it than this, Anna. It's kind of a middle finger to another lawyer when you make a Batson challenge. You're calling the district attorney of the county a racist. And that's something that's kind of fighting words. This is the equivalent, if you will, of a fight that breaks out in the middle of a hockey game. These are professionals. Everybody knows each other. The defense attorney and the prosecutor used to work together. But Batson challenges certainly kind of raised the temperature quite a bit. In addition to what the high stakes at this trial already is, I can imagine that the opening statements are every bit as emotional and passionate.
How does seating a 12-person jury with 0 Black members change the defense's approach in a case that's kind of already creating that intense racial intention that we just talked about?
When you're preparing for trial and when you're sort of kind of going into the general defense of your case, you've drawn up this play in your playbook for months now, and the composition of the jury probably isn't going to really impact if you're going to make any adjustments on the fly or anything like that. It's pretty interesting for the reason that Collin County, again, is a county of roughly 1 million people that is very diverse in a lot of different ways with a lot of different demographics. So it's going to be a bit of an anomaly to have a jury that is devoid of any particular race in any case. I think that we probably pay more attention to that on the outside of it, the media, the spectators, other lawyers in the community. We might sort of pay a little more attention to that than they might actually in the actual heat of the trial. We won't know if this was an important factor really until the verdict comes out. And then we might be able to sort of guess about it.
What would you say is the biggest hurdle that Carmelo Anthony's team faces in saying that he was acting in self-defense?
Trials are always about emotion. You've got the law and the legal standards here. They're clearly trying to get what's called a self-defense charge, but you've got to win the emotional battle. And that's really difficult when on the other side of this case, there is a young man, Austin Metcalf, who died. So you're always going to be at a deficit in a murder trial because one side, the prosecution, is fighting for somebody who died. And not only that, it's very clear, Carmelo, the question is not who done it, right? That's not in doubt either. So it's very difficult as a defense lawyer to try to get the jury to understand that, look, this young man's life is in the balance as well. He may have done this, but the reason why he did it, according to their argument, is justifiable. It's a very hard counterweight to Austin Metcalf having deceased.
Are you able to speak about how Texas's no duty to retreat and castle doctrine could maybe come up in this trial?
So the way the Castle Doctrine and the no duty to retreat are triggered is those are areas that you are allowed to defend. You're allowed to defend your home. You're allowed to defend your car. It's probably a broader question of how the jury may feel about sort of defending yourself and defending sort of the area that you're in, your own personal space.
Listen up! Critics and audiences are raving about Masters of the Universe. I am the God! Masters delivers.
Hell yeah.
It's a cosmic blast.
Let him do his thing.
The first great blockbuster of the summer.
Does it feel good?
Masters of the Universe. Rated PG-13. Only in theaters tonight in premium formats and IMAX.
An act that was not intended to kill. Those are really the three major questions here. And I think that the defense is battling for really all three of them.
How heavily will the defense need to rely on that chaotic and unclear video footage from underneath the track meet tent to introduce reasonable doubt into this factor?
Well, a video, pictures are worth 1,000 words, aren't they? And anytime in the 21st century, jurors certainly expect and anticipate that they're going to have some type of video evidence. Not only that, but you had all of these young people, you had all these high school kids who were at this track meet. They were all under the tent at the same time. And I guess nobody was videoing, which I think is a bit of an anomaly. You've got, and look, a lot of trials sort of fit into this category where you have a handful of people who witness the same thing. Nobody's going to have the same perspective. Nobody's going to, I mean, it's going to be very rare, frankly, for people to say the identical thing. So there's going to be a lot of confusion that's just inherent for no other reason than you've got a lot of perspectives.
From a legal standpoint, do you think Judge Roach's strict gag order has actually succeeded in protecting the trial's integrity from the widespread online doxing and the misinformation that we've been seeing?
I'll tell you what, again, sort of practicing in Collin County and kind of witnessing it firsthand, they've got things really under control there. And I think they're pretty committed to not letting something outside really infect the process. We saw this in the Alex Murdaugh case. We saw the court clerk come and essentially make herself the 13th juror. And look, when you do that, when you have to try a case again, it's just a travesty in 10 different directions. You don't want to have the victims to have to relive everything and retry it. You don't want the defense to have to waste the time and resources of their fair trial. But not only that, there's all sorts of people who need that courtroom, who need that courthouse for their own divorces, for car accidents, for lawsuits, for criminal cases, for any type of case. So when you shut down to a large extent the access to the courts, you really can't afford for that to be wasted. So that's Judge Roach's primary concern. Judge Roach is an outstanding jurist. I've been in front of him many, many times. And I'm sure that he's made it clear that we're going to do this once and we're going to do it once only, and everybody's going to get their day in court. So I have no doubt that the way that he is sort of prepared for this is going to make sure that we don't have to do this again like they did in Alex Murdaugh.
The next post on the screen for viewers coming from Fox News, just describing the scene outside the courthouse as that hearing did get underway today. Jeremy, for under Texas law, exactly where is the line drawn between a defendant allegedly provoking harm versus maybe making a legally justified split-second reaction to what could have been a physical threat?
Case law on this is it's pretty subjective, and it gives the judge a lot of what you would call discretion. That means leeway. The judge is going to be the one who decides whether or not self-defense has been raised, and then the judge will pass it along to the jury. So think of it like this. When the judge is listening to the trial, he's listening to all of the evidence in the case. It's like that Snickers commercial where they start reading the really long jury instructions. That's the jury's manual. Juries are, the folks who showed up to jury duty are not lawyers. They don't know what the law says about self-defense. They need a handbook. The handbook is what the judge is giving them in the court's charge. And then once the judge gives it to them, if the judge decides that self-defense is appropriate, it's the judge's decision to put that in there. And the law gives the judge a lot of leeway, and he's going to have to hear some really specific facts that, from Carmelo Anthony's standpoint, he thought he was going to die, and that's why he used deadly force. He's going to essentially have to hear that, and he will almost certainly have to hear it from Carmelo Anthony himself to raise a self-defense and to get a jury charge that allows the jury to acquit under that theory.
We know the prosecution's expected to call 35 witnesses. How does a defense team prevent testimony fatigue and really keep the jury focused on their core narrative?
When you're defending a case and you have so many witnesses, the way to sort of approach that is you kind of have what you might call a zone defense, right? The defense has their core theory being that Carmelo Anthony was acting in self-defense, and that maybe, we heard them say it earlier today, that it was Austin Metcalf that was the first one that put their hands on somebody else. So when you're defending a case and you have 35 people that parade on the witness stand, you don't really care so much about people who were there to talk about the weather, who were there to talk about who was sitting where. The only time you really sort of get involved, if you will, or mix it up with a witness is if they dispute that fact, the fact that you need to get your jury charge and the fact that you need to win. If a witness comes in and says, no, Austin Metcalf never touched him, then that's when, as a defense lawyer, you're going to tangle with that witness. But if a witness just comes in and says, Carmelo Anthony was wearing green, you sort of let that go and you don't really pick that fight.
Looking at the facts of this altercation, is there a realistic path for the jury to be instructed to consider maybe a lesser charge like manslaughter rather than first-degree murder?
I think really that's where the big fight's going to be. I think that the path to victory for Carmelo Anthony, for complete victory, is self-defense. I think that's going to be very hard to establish when Austin Metcalf was not armed. I just think that that's going to be hard. Your much better defense, or your much more realistic defense, is to say, look, we didn't wake up that morning deciding that we were going to end somebody else's life. This was an accident. And yes, I used a knife, but I did not intend to kill anybody that day. And I think you can point to a lot of the surrounding evidence that you see with the first responders who were there with Carmelo Anthony, who first dealt with him. In fact, one of them today, Coach Vincent Hooper, testified, I believe, that he believed that Carmelo Anthony was crying and instantly confessed, and that he felt like Carmelo Anthony was being pretty genuine. That doesn't mean he didn't kill him. That may mean that premeditation that you need for first-degree murder is not there. So I think that prosecution is going to have a much more difficult time convicting on first degree than they are with this self-defense charge.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much for your time and your insight here on Live Now from Fox. We greatly appreciate it.
Have a good day.
You too. All right, it is time for us here on Live Now from Fox to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with much more. I'm your host, Anna Marsick. Stay close.
From hard hats to steel-toed boots, Grainger's got your safety needs covered. Literally. Shop Grainger's vast inventory of safety products. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Anna Marsick. We did just get some new polling numbers in following the California 2026 primary election. We can see Mayor Karen Bass with 35% of the vote, Spencer Pratt now at 29%, and Nithya Raman with 23% of the vote. 66% of those votes have been counted so far, so of course we expect more results to keep coming in. We know LA Mayor Karen Bass is facing those two serious challenges as she battles for a second term amid some criticism of her time in office. Former reality TV star Spencer Pratt, a Republican whose home burned in the 2025 Palisades fire, is coming at Bass from the right, while City Council member Nithya Raman, a former Bass ally and Democratic Socialist of America member, is challenging her from the left. If a candidate gets a majority of the vote, they will win the election in one go. If not, of course, those top two candidates from the all-party primary are advancing to the general election. And of course, right now, we actually have a live look right now inside a polling center in California as those votes continue pouring in. So, of course, we'll continue to bring you the latest numbers here on Live Now from Fox as we get them. And just making our rounds right now through some of the live feeds that we're getting in. A live look right now over Capitol Hill. Time in the nation's capital is approaching 8 p.m. there on the East Coast. And right now, a live look as the Senate continues discussing the funding for DHS. This vote-a-rama has been happening all day. The Senate is expected to vote on the $70 billion GOP reconciliation bill funding ICE and Border Patrol through 2029. Votes on amendments are expected throughout the day and late into the night. So, of course, we'll be bringing you any updates here on Live Now from Fox as soon as we get those into our newsroom. All right, it is time for us here on Live Now from Fox to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with much more for you on the other side. I'm your host, Anna Marsick. Stay close. Welcome back and Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Anna Marsick. Today, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche and other officials were in Columbus to make an announcement speaking about fraud in Ohio. So we wanted to play out some of that for you here on Live Now from Fox. You can see he was also joined by Dr. Oz and FBI Director Kash Patel. Let's listen in.
This is a war that we will win. The team behind me, federal and state partners, have come together as one to battle what is a fraud crisis in this country. It has crippled our taxpayer-funded programs and robbed the American purse for too long. Under the leadership of our great president and vice president, the days of the brazen theft that we've seen of taxpayer dollars, abusing the generosity of the American taxpayer is over. Our message to fraudsters is simple. With our state and local partners, the Department of Justice will be working day and night to identify you, arrest you, and imprison you. Today, the Department of Justice is announcing significant fraud enforcement in the state of Ohio, as well as a historic fraud-fighting partnership with state of Ohio officials, which is exactly how it should be in every state. One that can serve as a template partnership for other states in this country. We welcome everyone, everywhere, to team up with our fraud division and our federal partners and our U.S. Attorney's offices to bring fraudsters to justice. I want to talk about a few cases that we're announcing today, and I think you'll agree with me that some criminals have gotten so bold, so audacious as to defraud the government of tens of millions of dollars. I'm just going to give a few examples right now. It should shock your conscience. Today, we unsealed a 32-count indictment against 2 state employees and 2 other co-conspirators for allegedly billing $30 million to the government for therapeutic behavioral services that were never provided. We've also unsealed an indictment charging 4 defendants in a scheme to defraud a COVID program. Again, these programs, as we all know, were meant to benefit small businesses and individuals struggling because of the pandemic. In total, between our state and federal partners, today we're announcing charges that were either unsealed today or over the past week against 14 defendants allegedly involved in fraud schemes targeting over $50 million here in Ohio.
I was this close to signing the HELOC paperwork. I dug deeper, and here's what I learned before I signed. Let me break it down. HELOC on the left, home tap, home equity investment on the right. HELOC, monthly payments, credit score impact, proof of income and job requirements, plus variable interest rates. But with a home equity investment from home tap, no monthly payments during the investment term, no income or job requirements, and a simple application process. You get cash in up to 10 years to settle based on your home's future value. If you want to access your equity without any headaches, a home tap investment might be your solution. It's what I ended up choosing, and it saved me months of stress.
To the American people and to restoring faith, trust, and justice in our systems. Also to the leaders in Ohio, your commitment to this fight isn't just helpful, it's necessary for our success. This is an example when federal and state partners work together toward justice, our cases are stronger, the deterrence is greater, and the biggest problems facing our country, the ones we've been told are just the way it is, there's nothing we can do about it, start to look solvable because they are. I want to thank President Trump because he's told us time and time again that it is the mission of this Department of Justice every single day to be relentless in the pursuit of law and order. Americans deserve to live free of violence and fraud. Americans deserve to know that if someone lies or cheats or steals to get ahead, they will be punished, and they deserve a government that will never be taken advantage of by fraudsters. They're not just words, these are a promise that this department will keep. There's a lot of folks that want to say a few words, so I'm going to stop there, and I just want to again thank everybody behind me for being part of this fight, and it's now my honor to introduce the great Dr. Oz, who who is I can tell you from my phone and my text messages, working tirelessly 7 days a week to combat what we're here to address today. So I'll ask Dr. Oz to say a few words now. Thank you.
The moral indignation that the president feels, that many of you share, prompted the creation of the task force. Many of its members are on the dais today. Vice President Vance leads that endeavor and has boldly been able to create an all-of-government effect. All of government doesn't just mean all of federal government, it means all of state government as well. And I'm here representing Secretary Kennedy and some of the work that we've done looking at the numbers that are coming out of the federal government. Because the budget of CMS is large, it's $2 trillion roughly, it means it's a big target. And foreign players and maybe even foreign governments have been taking bits and pieces of this pie for a while, but they have been weaponized. And we see that here in Ohio, and we're speaking about the frustration that many Americans feel, left and right of the political spectrum, and certainly red and blue states both are experiencing this, which is why it was important for us to be here today. I was here last week with members of the CMS team, and we came because we're investigating home health care fraud, autism fraud, and a series of different ways that the federal government is being pierced with different arrows from criminal elements that desire to suck taxpayer dollars out of the federal government and out of state government coffers as well. I was visiting a facility called La Belle Home Health. It's run by woman Najumi Tatsing. You may not see her here today because she's in jail. And she went to jail because she was accused and convicted of taking billing practices to a level we had not seen before. She was billing for people who are deceased. Billing for dead people is a bad look in court. And it showed at her conviction when she was accused and appropriately taken out for doing things that we find reprehensible. Now, if she was the only one, we wouldn't be here in force. Unfortunately, this area around Columbus is responsible in Franklin County for 1/3 of all of the $1.5 billion spent on home health care in Ohio. Think about that. 1/3 of all of the money spent on home health care in the entire great state of Ohio is generated here. That's 3 times what you would expect. There's a road very close to where we are, 288 home health care facilities in that several block area on that one road. Again, it defies belief. Some of these buildings were vacant. You wouldn't put anybody up in those buildings, not certainly the place that would house home health care. Now, this is a mecca for Somalian populations. It's a hub for Nepalese and Bhutanese populations. These are insular groups, but we are naive to think that practices that were felt to be commonplace in other parts of the world wouldn't come to this great country if we didn't pay attention to some of the program integrity issues which were ignored en masse with the prior administration. So today we have 3 major announcements from the healthcare part of this fraud endeavor. The first is that the state of Ohio, and I want to applaud the Medicaid office here, they will be announcing at 1 o'clock, and please pay attention to that important announcement, that they are suspending 49 home healthcare providers who have been identified as high risk to the Medicaid program. These people have billed millions of dollars to take advantage of our most vulnerable, and if you're willing to steal from folks who are down and having a difficult time, you'll not just steal their money, you'll steal their health, you'll steal their lives. And we're seeing that. No more champagne on private jets for these people, no more new cars, no more luxury endeavors and vacations. It's done. We're coming after you wherever you are. And as Attorney General Blanche highlighted, we are earnest and serious in this endeavor. We will not be daunted. Ohio Governor DeWine also sought a 6-month moratorium for all new home health care and hospice in the state of Ohio. We granted that within a day. And we hope that will help at least slow the bleeding, using a surgical metaphor, so we can get a bandage on the wound, maybe put a couple stitches in, and take out some of the folks who have been stabbing the patient of Medicaid. Second big announcement. In order to solidify collaboration, CMS, Medicare, Medicaid, and Ohio are going to launch a state-specific Medicaid fraud room. It's going to copy the Medicaid fraud room created at the federal level by the task force. The findings surfaced through this state partnership, we believe, will free us to be able to directly collaborate at a national level, getting all states to understand what the problems are within their areas and accelerating our ability to take out high-risk providers. We'll identify them and we'll enforce actions around them. The applied behavioral analysis process, it's called ABA therapy for autism, has been scandalously abused. This is, again, taking advantage of children with autism. or getting their parents to lie about whether the child has autism, or weakening the system so the kids who actually need the services can't get them anymore. There are 9 providers that were paid more than $1 million to do this last year, these ABA services. We're going to go after them. We're going to deny some of the issues. In fact, 2 of these people were denied access to Medicare already. They should never have been in the Medicaid program. The top provider earned over $3 million. That's twice the closest competitor. And remember, the average provider of autism services gets paid around $200,000. So to have someone pay over $3 million is shocking. And the war room that's created with Ohio will be opening investigations on 2 home health care providers. And this war room is going to yield huge benefits. And finally, we want to speak a little bit about the fact that we have the need to audit states all over the country to help states understand where they are in comparison to all the other states. We don't have a national effort that allows states to at least get a best practices idea from surrounding areas. So we have now, and I can announce today, asked the state of Indiana to work with Oracle Health to provide that exact set of information. So all the states now will be armed with information, for example, on high-risk providers. And the ABA therapy autism, as I mentioned before, we've asked all 50 states to revalidate these providers and other high-risk categories. Every single state has agreed by this Friday
I tried a ton of AI work tools. Then I tried Monday.com. Game over. Monday.com is super easy to use and knows how to do AI right. I use it for insights and action suggestions constantly, especially on those back-to-back meeting days. And my team used Monday Sidekick to work up all kinds of marketing content for the different platforms. So stuff that takes my team hours is now done before they even open their laptop. All these AI features are built directly into Monday.com and actually use our real data. With Monday.com, AI isn't some over-promising future. It's here. It just works. Like, actually saves us time and resources kind of works.
Monday Sidekick. AI you'll love to use. Start a free trial today at Monday.com.
The FBI is here to talk about today. As the Attorney General highlighted, literally tens of millions of dollars that was supposed to go to kids was stolen, allegedly, by individuals who worked in government and the private sector and thought they could fleece Americans and our treasure, our children, of the hard-earned dollars, the taxpayer dollars that we provide to support them in their time of need. Well, they got caught. And not only did they get caught, so many others got caught. Just take a look at some of the vehicles that are here as part of their ill-gotten gains and proceeds. They didn't just take the money, they paraded it around the country. And thanks to this team here, you are seeing what hard work, dedication to the rule of law, and true unified effort across all fronts when no one wants the credit and everyone wants to just do the work. These are the results that we're here to talk about today. Importantly for the FBI, and thanks to Vice President J.D. Vance's vision, he had an idea. He said, hey, you guys have a top 10 most wanted list for all gangbangers, terrorists, narco traffickers, murderers, and rapists around the world. How about we have a top 10 list for most wanted fraudsters? So, Mr. Vice President, thanks to your vision, we're here to deliver. You see it here today. It is live officially on the FBI website. I want all Americans to take a look at these most wanted individuals and look at the amounts, the tens of millions and billions of dollars in fraud that they have decimated our societies from. We rely on you. Our best form of information is the American public. Take a look at this top 10 most wanted. Let us know any information. There is no bad piece of information. The only bad piece of information is the one you don't give us. So call 1-800-CALL-FBI or go to FBI.gov and help us apprehend more fraudsters. The last thing I want to talk about is the work of the FBI and the interagency isn't just domestic. The fraudsters have created programs overseas that have fleeced Americans of billions of dollars. The FBI has led that charge against scam center compounds stood up in Southeast Asia and the Middle East, freeing thousands of trafficked workers. Just in the last year under the Trump Advance administration and the fraud initiative, we have captured and freed $8 billion in fraud in scam centers that were stood up by the CCP and other adversaries in places like Thailand, Laos, and Cambodia, and the Middle East. And we're working with our interagency and partners across the world to bring hundreds of individuals to justice. Just the other week in the Middle East, in Dubai, we arrested 300 individuals responsible for $4 billion in fraud. They prey on our senior citizens here from overseas. And this administration has made it abundantly clear there is no distance we won't travel to make sure we apprehend each and every one of these individuals. The FBI is leading the effort to scuttle these scam centers permanently, to free the traffic workers, and most importantly, to also secure our taxpayer dollars and make sure that this $8 billion and counting in scam center fraud that the FBI has delivered on so far only continues to grow. And we're going to keep doing it. I just want to thank the Attorney General, the interagency partnerships here, state and local. I've said it over and over again. The FBI's best partners are state and local law enforcement, and they're here today, and these are the results. And it's now my honor to introduce the Assistant Attorney General for the Fraud Task Force, Colin McDonald.
Thank you, Director Patel, and good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here. The war against fraud has come to Ohio, and we plan to leave no doubt as to who will win. That will be the team behind me, federal and state partners who have come together as one to battle the fraud crisis that has crippled our taxpayer-funded programs and robbed the American purse for too long. Under President Trump, Vice President Vance, and Acting Attorney General Blanche, the days of brazen thievery of taxpayer dollars is over. With our state and federal partners, the Department of Justice is rapidly deploying a fraud-fighting apparatus that is capable of fighting fraud no matter how big, no matter how small, no matter how hard. In the last 60 days, the Department of Justice has announced more than 550 fraud enforcement actions across the country, representing billions of dollars in attempted theft from the United States taxpayer. There is nowhere we won't go to fight fraud, and that includes here in Ohio. Today, Ohio's fraud-fighting team is uniting with us in historic ways to contribute uniquely to the fight against fraud. Attorney General Dave Yost, you'll hear from in a minute, is advancing an $11 million fraud action through the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. And as he concludes his service in the Attorney General's office, we thank him for his years of commitment to Ohio and wish him well in his next chapter. The Fraud Division and Ohio Secretary of State Frank LaRose executed this morning a data sharing agreement that provides the Fraud Division access to corporate registrant data held by the state of Ohio. This data will be used in proactive data analysis to quickly identify ownership links between clinics, labs, and billing entities that fraudsters use and hide behind to obscure control over healthcare fraud and other fraud schemes. We thank Secretary LaRose for collaborating with us today. Auditor Keith Faber continues to set the standard for state-led fraud investigations and for building enforcement capacity and coordination. His office has applied to the DOJ's Special Attorneys Grant Program to detail special prosecutors to the Department of Justice's Fraud Division. And we welcome all state and local prosecutors to do the same and follow Auditor Faber's lead. Treasurer Robert Sprague has formally joined the statewide Benefits Fraud Enforcement Task Force initiated by U.S. Attorney Gerace. His office will aim to bring critical financial analysis capabilities that will strengthen our ability to identify irregularities, prevent improper payments, and safeguard taxpayer funds. Each of these steps taken by these state leaders strengthen our ability to accomplish our shared fraud enforcement mission. The days of information silos are over. The leadership here and the willingness to innovate and collaborate is raising the standard for every other state. Ohio is proving what's possible When federal and state partners move in lockstep, smarter detection, stronger enforcement, and real protection for the American taxpayer. The truth is, we need all hands on deck in every state. The National Fraud Task Force, the Department of Justice, and the Fraud Division will work collaboratively with anyone who is committed to ending fraud in America and saving the taxpayers' money. To state and local law enforcement, if you have something that could use federal muscle, bring it to us. We want to help. To the attorneys and the agents on the cases that are being announced today, thank you for your dedicated hard work to achieve the aims of justice. To the people of Ohio, if someone offers you a medical perk that sounds too good to be true, it is. If you see fraud or even suspect it, tell us. Your reports protect your neighbors, your communities, and your tax dollars. You can report fraud to tips.fbi.gov or in Ohio at 866-FRAUD-OH. And now to the fraudsters. You reap what you sow, and your seeds are deceit, greed, and corruption. We are resolved to till every field and turn over every rock to find you and bring you to justice. To all my partners, thank you. Let's keep going, let's keep up the fight, and let's leave no doubt as to the score. And I'll now turn the podium over to our great partner at the SBA, Administrator Kelly Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Attorney General. I'm truly honored to be part of the President's task force to eliminate fraud. I'm so grateful for his fight for the American people on this issue, and I'm grateful to Vice President Vance for his leadership and to Chairman Ferguson and the entire team here to take on the willingness to take on this issue and the criminals that no other administration has been willing to go after. Small businesses are our biggest job creator in the country, but they're also our nation's biggest taxpayers. Like every taxpayer, they deserve to know that the programs that they pay into will be there for those who need them, not siphoned away by fraudsters who would rather steal from hardworking Americans than become hardworking Americans. Since day one, the SBA has focused our efforts on the Paycheck Protection Program, which will go down as one of the most defrauded federal programs in American history. During the pandemic, our agency delivered $1.2 trillion that was meant for small businesses, of which the Office of Inspector General deemed $200 billion was stolen, including right here in Ohio. The Biden administration chose to look the other way, giving criminals de facto amnesty at the expense of your taxpayers. But this administration is choosing accountability. Last month, the SBA referred 560,000 borrowers to the DOJ and Treasury. That's over 500,000 borrowers to start collections and prosecutions for $22 billion in suspected PPP fraud. Today, we've announced suspensions for 140,000 borrowers across California, Minnesota, and Maine, totaling $9 billion. And today, I'm here to announce suspensions for over 27,000 Ohio borrowers tied to $1.1 billion in suspected PPP fraud. As you've heard today, this task force is exposing the fraudsters, making them return what they stole, and sending them to jail. The Trump administration will uphold law and order and not protect criminals at the expense of honest, hardworking Americans. This administration is putting up new guardrails for the future, and we will go state by state to correct the past. I want to thank my colleagues for their dedication. None of this would have been possible without the President's fight for the American people, the Vice President's leadership, and this team's hard work. There is no fraud too small. And that's why the SBA is proud to help deliver justice on behalf of America's job creators. Thank you, and it's now my honor to turn it over to our FTC Chairman, Andrew Ferguson.
Good morning. We are here because President Trump decided to declare war on fraud, and the only way we could assemble a team like this, state officials, local federal officials, senior national federal officials, all to combat fraud, is because of President Trump's leadership. And he put Vice President Vance in charge of the anti-fraud task force, the point of the spear in the war on fraud, because Vice President Vance has the determination, energy, and leadership to carry this thing forward across the entire federal government along with our state partners. The Vice President has articulated a clear vision for how this war will go, a two-pronged attack on fraudsters. The Department of Justice and their partners in state governments and the Department of Homeland Security will put fraudsters in jail, and the agencies will make sure that we install safeguards so that the money never reaches the fraudsters' pockets in the first place. Today, you've seen both prongs of this attack on full display. The department getting arrest after arrest, indictment after indictment in the war on fraud. And the agencies led, for example, by Administrator Loeffler, SBA has done more work than almost any agency in the federal government to combat fraud, making sure that this money never gets back to fraudsters and the money that did go out the door is recovered. Today, I'm here to announce another major implementation in the agency part of this war on fraud. HHS Office of the Inspector General, led by March Bell in coordination with the task force, has decertified Hawaii's Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. Let me explain why this is important. Every year, the United States taxpayers send $2 trillion through Medicaid and Medicare out to the states. There are conditions on the money that goes out to the states, and one of them is very simple. If states want access to this money, they have to create a unit to fight fraud in those states, led by the attorney generals of those states. We are joined up here by Dave Yost. Ohio's Medicaid Fraud Control Unit is one of the gold standard control units for fighting fraud in the United States, and that is a credit to his leadership. The opposite has been taking place in Hawaii. For more than a decade, Hawaii's Medicaid Fraud Control Unit has received millions and millions of dollars to fight fraud and has consistently been one of the lowest performing fraud units in the country. They have been the subject of continued demands to improve their performance since 2014, dating back to the Obama administration. And from 2021 to 2025, Hawaii's Medicaid funding went up 27%. Their Medicaid enrollment went up 40%. And they did not produce a single conviction or obtain a single indictment of a fraudster from 2021 to 2025. And so this morning, the Inspector General, in coordination with the task force, exercised his statutory obligation to end the grants being paid to Hawaii, to make sure that money that goes out the door to the states is going to actually fight fraud. Less than a month ago, HHS sent a letter to every single AG in the United States and said, we are putting you on notice for the first time. The Trump administration is going to take seriously the obligation that you have an effective Medicaid fraud control unit in your state. Everyone is on notice, and today Hawaii is being decertified for its abject failure to enforce state and federal law to prohibit fraud in Hawaii. And the reason this is important is because one of the requirements for getting Medicaid money for your state is to have an effective Medicaid fraud control unit. And if you don't have one, it can jeopardize the state's access to Medicaid money generally. So I want everyone in every state to look to the example of Dave Yost and Ohio. This is what you're striving for. Arrests, convictions, the protections of the taxpayers in your state and of the Medicaid programs in your state, and avoid becoming like Hawaii that has zero convictions and zero indictments to show for millions and millions of taxpayer dollars to fight fraud. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dave Yost, Ohio's Attorney General.
We're grateful for the resources and the interest of the federal government. We're fully committed here in Ohio to working with our federal partners to get results. Today, we've heard about several enforcement actions. We have a couple of indictments. One is a state case that was indicted just Wednesday in Butler County. We've been working on that case since the beginning of the year. And the federal case, which was indicted earlier this week in the Southern District, thanks to our partnership with United States Attorney Dominic Gerace, began in September of 24. These cases are pieced together by skilled investigators, people who have worked on this their entire career and burning the shoe leather that it takes to build a criminal case. You know, I began my career many years ago as a journalist. I've put together a story. I know what it takes to put together a story. I also know what it takes to put together a criminal case by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And it takes a lot longer to go to court with the case. I'm proud of my team that's put together these cases. In total, over $42 million just in these two cases. In both cases, the defendants, we allege, were exploiting families, supposedly providing kids with particularly behavioral services enrolled in community programs. The kids didn't even know they were enrolled in these programs, much less get any of the services, neither did their parents. Complete fraud, top to bottom. I will repeat what's already been said. If you see something, say something. This is your money that's being stolen. I want to just point out that today marks something different. I've been engaged in this fight since I was the elected Auditor of State back in 2011. Through my 8 years as Auditor of State and almost 8 years now as Attorney General, I have been doing Medicaid investigations, prosecutions. I have never had the level of interest and support from the federal government under any administration that you're witnessing here today. It's been a sometimes lonely fight against fraud, but it's no longer a lonely fight. And what's the difference? President Trump, Vice President Vance, and this team that you see arrayed here today, these senior federal officials who could be anywhere else, who have serious duties, are saying, this is the most important thing. I'm going to be here. We're putting everything on the field. I'm grateful for your commitment, and I look forward to the continued partnership as we work together for the people of this state. And David Tepler is the United States Attorney for the Northern District.
Thank you, General Yost. Thank you to everyone who's assembled here today to highlight the amazing work being done by our federal prosecutors, our state prosecutors, federal, state, and local investigators to fight fraud in this state. Our office is announcing today that we have charged 5 individuals with conspiracy to commit wire fraud and conspiracy to engage in money laundering. These are individuals, 4 of whom are from the nation of Ghana. 1 is a United States citizen. These defendants were part of a criminal network that devised a romance fraud scheme to obtain money by targeting elderly Americans in this country and using social media platforms. They engaged in highly advanced techniques using artificially intelligence-generated videos in order to engage people using false personas, developing close personal relationships with them, and ultimately stealing their money. Once they established trust, they used false pretenses and stories about vast inheritances of money, gold, or diamonds, and then convinced these elderly Americans to help finance bogus legal proceedings in the nation of Ghana. So between July of 24 and April of 2026, these defendants victimized over 100 people across the United States, obtaining over $15 million along the way. They then used this stolen money to buy a mansion in Ghana, diamond-encrusted jewelry, a Lamborghini, and other high-end luxury vehicles. All of those assets have now been seized and are going through the forfeiture proceedings so that they will not profit from their fraudulent efforts. To date, 2 citizens from Ghana have been arrested. 1 United States citizen has been arrested and is detained here in the United States pending trial. Two other citizens in Ghana are awaiting extradition to this nation. I want to acknowledge the hard work done by our federal prosecutors. The FBI did outstanding investigative work as well, but we would not have been successful without additional help from our other partners, including Homeland Security Investigations, Customs and Border Patrol, the DEA, and our law enforcement counterparts in Ghana. These indictments send a stark message and warning to criminals everywhere that we will not tolerate the victimization of our elderly loved ones and neighbors, and we will hunt you down to the ends of the earth to ensure that you are brought to justice and will never benefit from your criminal activity. I would now like to turn over to my colleague, United States Attorney Dominic Joyce.
Thank you, Dave. Good morning. I want to start off by thanking Acting Attorney General Blanche and all of the distinguished attendees we have up here today joining us in Columbus to make these announcements. As a U.S. Attorney, I'm proud of the work that our prosecutors and the agents do here in the Southern District of Ohio. The indictments we've unsealed today are emblematic of the quality that we are capable of, and I want to commend my AUSAs and our partner agencies and agents for a job well done. Today we've got two cases, as mentioned by earlier speakers. One, a $30 million Medicaid fraud case. The other, a $1.4 million Paycheck Protection Program PPP loan fraud case. $30 million, $1.4 million. There's no number too big or too small that we will pursue to make sure that those who steal from the taxpayers are held accountable, and as importantly, that their ill-gotten gains are divested from them. And you saw a photo earlier of some vehicles, 14 luxury vehicles, relation to that Medicare fraud case. A McLaren, a Bentley, Mercedes, Land Rovers, $800,000 worth of vehicles that these individuals who are charged in this indictment obtained as part of the alleged scheme in our indictment. So I'm very proud of the work of our folks in this district and what they've done, and we'll continue to do, because our work is far from done. I want to ensure the public that we are laser focused in this district on the problem of fraud, and that we are well equipped to do the work necessary to address that problem. Over the last few weeks, in addition to these cases we've announced today, our office has worked hand in hand with our partners at the FBI, HHS OIG, and the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit from Attorney General Yost's office, along with some prosecutors from his office, to obtain a search warrant that was executed just this morning on a home health care company located in Columbus, Ohio. And while that investigation is just beginning, and I'm not going to talk about any details due to that, I want to say the work that's been accomplished by our teams in that short period of time to obtain that warrant is a testament to our capabilities and the resolve that we have to combat taxpayer-funded fraud. And I believe that capability and resolve will only increase. We've announced today that we've assembled in the Southern District of Ohio a fraud task force, similar to a task force that's being assembled in the Northern District of Ohio by my colleague Dave Tepfer. That task force is designed to operate similarly to how we operate in the violent crime space. We're going to identify and target fraud offenders. We're going to be intentional about that, and we're going to make sure that we're injecting a greater sense of urgency into fraud cases than ever before. So I want to thank all of our attendees here today for coming to Ohio. It's an important time to focus on fraud in Ohio. I want to commend all my staff and prosecutors and the agents we work with, and I want to thank all the state and federal agencies up here today. All of those agencies have committed to our fraud task force in the Southern District, and we're looking forward to continuing the hard work that's already been done. Thank you. I'm now going to turn it back over to Attorney General Blanche.
All right, thanks a lot, everybody. Thank you, Dominic. All right, you just heard a lot of information. We're happy to take questions. If it's not to me, just address it to somebody else, and we'll make sure they get up here to the microphone.
You guys have mentioned you've had prosecutions from Maine, California, Minneapolis. I'm wondering, and now here in Ohio, and I'm wondering if you can speak to the genesis of this fraud on taxpayer-funded programs. Did it begin in Minnesota and was it taken to these other states? What can you say about the threat?
So the question is, how did this fraud start? I mean, I think it's been going on for a very long time. And by the way, the Department of Justice has prosecuted fraud cases for decades. This isn't a new thing we're doing. But what we realized over the past several years, there were certain jurisdictions, including Minnesota, where the compliance was so lax or non-existent that you could literally just steal millions and millions of dollars with nobody even checking, with nobody even investigating. And so when you talk about what Dr. Oz was talking about just stopping the flow of money, that's different than a criminal prosecution. That's a very basic step to say, wait a second, we're not supposed to be giving you money, putting aside whether you're committing a crime or not. And that wasn't happening. And you talk about what the SBA is doing. It's the same idea. There's compliance that we can put in place, but that we expect states to put in place. And so so this has been we call it a war, and it is. We call it a crisis, and it is a crisis because it's your money. Right? It's our money. The generosity of the American taxpayer is going out to just pure thievery. And so I don't think it's fair to blame a particular jurisdiction for the inception of the fraud, but there are certain jurisdictions like Minnesota that we have focused on, and now we're in Ohio, and it's happening in California and New York and other jurisdictions. But we need state partners like Ohio to say it's not, well, we're gonna do our own work to stop the fraud, and that's what we're hoping that being here today motivates other states to follow this lead.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche speaking in Ohio. A lot of administration officials speaking at this announcement about a fraud scheme operation. Number of authorities there speaking on this $50 million bust that was happening in Columbus. A live look at the White House, where it's just past 8:30 in the nation's capital. It's time for us to slide away for a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Our conversations and our coverage continuing in about 2 minutes. All right, welcome back in Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Take a look. The upcoming SpaceX initial public offering is expected to value the company at roughly $1.75 trillion. That's a number that could make Elon Musk the world's first trillionaire. SpaceX wants to sell 555 million shares at an initial price of $135 a share. Although the company does say that the final IPO price will be set on June 11th and could shift based on investor demand and other market conditions. Let's bring in Echo Wang. She's writing about it for Reuters. Echo, your latest reporting says that that $135 price is likely going to be rigid, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's what we were told by our sources today.
And talk about the implications of a $135 price target. Don't IPOs usually work with more of a range?
Exactly. Usually what you do with an IPO is that you set a range before the launch of the roadshow, and the company goes on the road, meet with prospective investors, take their feedback, and you go back and decide what price do you want to price your deal at. So what Elon and SpaceX have been doing is completely, some call a rewrite of the IPO playbook.
And why do they feel comfortable rewriting the playbook with this IPO?
One of the things we're hearing is there is a lot of demand, a lot of interest. And also SpaceX as a pre-IPO company, it is probably one of the most well-known companies compared to all the other private companies in the world, because it's been private for over 20 years, and it has one of the most well-known founders, Elon Musk, and it has a lot of publicity, so it already has been really recognized. And for the IPO, the company has also decided the retail investors would be a big part of the IPO. So I guess all that reasons above probably contribute to them wanting to do things on their own terms.
Sounding like they want this IPO to raise around $75 billion. What does SpaceX want to do with that cash?
A lot of things. For example, the Starship, the launch business, and also they have this vision of this is probably years down the road for data center in space. And all of this is very much in demand of cash. So all the $75 billion raised, some of them, or a lot of them, they will go probably back into reinvestment in those company businesses.
So let's say an average investor is watching this interview right now. There's got to be a lot of people out there who, in general, have thought about investing in SpaceX in the past. Now they're actually going to be able to do it. So what should they know before they actually try?
Oh, they should know. First of all, they should know about the price. That probably $135 a share is the price you're going to have to be paying if you wanted to invest in an IPO. And on the other hand, although Elon has said, or the company has decided that retail investors will be able to participate in this IPO, but it's always it's unknown how hard or how easy it would be for people to participate in. And even if you have the capital, you have the money, and access could be an issue.
You know, SpaceX, they've been sending out social media updates. They say that the company was founded to make life multiplanetary. We've been able to expand that mission with our Starlink constellation and AI solution, they say. Echo, what's the main driving force behind why this IPO might be as big as it is expected to be? Is it because of the existing business results from SpaceX, or is it because of people that are investing in SpaceX's long-term goals?
I think probably a combination of both. But if you look at the S1, the prospectus, the filing, the company filed with the SEC a while ago, there's an interesting number there. It's called total addressable market. Essentially, that's the market opportunity for you, for the company, if you can capture every single opportunity. And that number is $28.5 trillion. So it's a huge number. And then 90% of it, I think the company identified that opportunity in AI. So a lot of the valuation, because to calculate the valuation of IPO, you use projected numbers, which are numbers that lie in the future in 2026, 2027, and down the road. So a lot of the valuation aspirations are based on, I think, people's confidence in what the company is going to become, instead of what had already happened in the past.
So looking forward here, there's a larger conversation to be said about how AI will impact the larger market as a whole. We're seeing this SpaceX IPO. We'll eventually see something similar with OpenAI. How are these AI giants including and stepping into the market? What are the reverberations that we expect in the market as a whole because of these major players entering it?
That is a great question. I think one of the things I think is going to be having a huge impact on is because if you look at SpaceX, it's going to be one of the first companies upon going public. It will be very quickly included in a lot of the indexes. For example, NASDAQ 100. That means even if you are not a investor in SpaceX, even if you don't invest in the stock, you probably would be to some extent connected to this company because a lot of the big funds, they have to be buying the indexes. And if SpaceX is part of the indexes, that means that it would have a penetrating impact on a lot of people, a lot of Americans. And also another thing is the scale of these companies. For SpaceX, is looking at $1.75 trillion. And between Anthropic and OpenAI, I think some of our reporting and others have shown that it probably, each of them will be over $1 trillion as well. And then all the three companies combined is close to $4 trillion. So that's a very large scale and a lot of money.
Something to be watching for as, the SpaceX first, and then we'll watch some of these other companies after that. Thanks for the time, Echo.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
A live look at the White House. That's not the White House. There's the White House. A live look at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue on this Thursday evening, approaching 8:45 in the nation's capital. Let's hit a break. I'm Austin Westfall. Back in a moment. All right, welcome back in Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's head to the Midwest. Why not? We've got live birds at a live bird feeder. This is coming from WJBK. This is our Detroit affiliate. And you might be asking, why? Why are you showing this live bird feeder camera? It's because we can. That's why we're doing it. I've been watching these guys fly. Oh, yeah, and sometimes they do get in little spats with each other. Sometimes you'll see them get a little snippy with each other. Sometimes you'll see them straight up dive bomb into the water behind them. I got to say, I get way too entertained by this stuff. I had to bring it to air for a little bit. We are still continuing on with our commercial breaks as they continue on with their dinner hour over there in Southfield, Michigan. Again, thanks to our friends, WJBK, Fox 2 in Detroit, for their bird feeder camera. We're continuing on with our commercial break. More analysis when we return. All right, welcome back in Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. A couple of big AI headlines in the last 24 hours as governments and large companies are wrestling with how to regulate artificial intelligence. Today, a bipartisan pair of House lawmakers released a draft of a piece of federal legislation that would preempt state laws. Reuters says that the move is being praised by tech firms. It's being criticized, though, by consumer rights advocacy groups. Meanwhile, you just saw Sam Altman on your screen. OpenAI is releasing their proposal for regulating advanced artificial intelligence systems, and it isn't quite seeing eye to eye with the White House. A live look at the White House as it's just past 8:45 in the nation's capital. Let's bring in our next guest, Nathaniel Bradley. He's the CEO at Data Vault AI. I have a lot of questions about this, and honestly, Nathaniel, maybe one of the biggest questions is, why does it matter whether AI is regulated by a state-by-state basis or whether there is one uniform law that oversees the entire country?
Well, there's an efficiency in the technology industry, with having one set of laws, of course, 50 states and 50 flavors. You can see it, the gaming industry suffers from, jurisdictional issues that come from state law oversight. The laws here, though, are so important, and government has a role to play. The balance between the state and the Fed. Here, government needs to join together. I think there's a bipartisan issue across the board about giving the proper guidance and the proper protection for Americans. When you look at small to mid-sized businesses that really make up our country, you can throw up your hands and say, this is a bit above my pay grade. This is an invasion of sorts. That we've never seen into our economy, into our businesses, into our lives. And you see that, things like poetry and writing and other things that this technology immediately encroaches upon. and things like high mathematics and other very skilled things that we can bring from this technology to our young people, it kind of has a balance there and a requirement that our government band together and protect us all from artificial intelligence.
So they're reaching over the aisle with this piece of legislation, and I need to stress too, and I hope the audience can bear with us, because it's not a final piece of legislation. It's simply an idea, and it's being proposed by one Democrat and one Republican. That's why we call it a bipartisan piece of legislation. Both parties are getting their say with this one. How would you contrast, just larger picture, zooming out a little bit, how would you contrast the priorities of the Dems and the GOP as far as larger scale AI regulation goes? What defines both parties?
Well, I think the Democrats in this case have a scenario where they have to at some point acknowledge that a single set of laws that at least set the standard across the country of a floor in the laws of our country around how we protect in particular our children, but maybe even more importantly, the companies that sustain our families, and for the practitioners in our country that are using this technology and that don't fully understand the trade-off this time. We're used to using things like, the search engines, where we basically figured out, we were being targeted by advertising based on that search activity, and that trade-off became rather overt. The covert side of AI and the trade-off and what we're giving about what we're getting is a huge trade-off in this instance, and we don't fully understand the effect yet. One thing that I would say the contrast to the Republican side is that here you have a strong central government, an ability to lay a foundation and set regulation. You can see OpenAI rail against this. Of course they do. They would rather have a hodgepodge of laws where they can circumvent and do the things that they want to do to penetrate our communities. The problem with this technology is once it learns you, it doesn't need you anymore. And this is a major threat to our businesses. These businesses that use AI in a trade-off and start to rely upon it could start to realize its drift, its mistakes, the errors, the bias in information, the information that's absolutely incorrect and inaccurate. This is probably the greatest threat that AI poses, is when you start to rely upon it, yet it drifts and makes mistakes.
You talked about OpenAI. I got to ask you about their large-scale regulation proposal real quick here. Really, I should be more specific. They're calling it a frontier governance framework, and they released it. I saw they put out the press release yesterday. If you've been able to kind of go through what we know of OpenAI's policy versus the White House policy, and I know we're still kind of working to learn about the final versions of a lot of these things, but in general, does OpenAI's view of AI framework in the future, does it have some major differences with how Washington sees the future?
Without question. It doesn't work for you. If you ask it who it works for, it does not work for you. ChatGPT is not subordinate to human beings. And this is, what we've been warned about. That warning, I think, comes with, a level to which it doesn't just apply to that company. That company's ran out ahead and said, hey, we're going to write the book of laws about this, which is rather self-serving and convenient. But the dialogue, going back to your Republican versus Democrat here, we're all stewards of this American government, and we can't allow AI to penetrate it, to use information that's proprietary to us, to our children, to our government. And in particular, our communities that are using this technology need protection. So the debate about these laws and how they see the world versus us, the government has a role to play, just like they would set traffic laws. AI is profound. It touches so many aspects of so many businesses, and this is an opportunity to get it right. The government, unfortunately, has been ham-handed. Senator Paul called out, the kind of the mishandling of the social media governance, and how could we go to the same organization and say, hey, here's even a harder puzzle to solve and expect to get a good result. So that's been, that's been part of the dialogue back and forth here. Yeah. But I think we can all agree that this is a threat, and something that it's good to see the dialogue in our government, whether state or federal, that we're starting to tackle this issue head on.
Appreciate the time tonight, Nathaniel. Take care.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Time for us to hit our final commercial break of the hour. Back in about 2 minutes. Okay, let's go back out to Capitol Hill, because something interesting just happened on the floor of the Senate. It's a little different from what we normally talk about on Capitol Hill, but Susan Collins, the Republican from Maine, she just cast her 10,000th consecutive roll call vote without missing a single one. She says, "It remains the honor of my life to show up and stand up for the people of Maine every single day." 10,000 consecutive roll call votes. She just cast that 10,000th vote moments ago. Right before she did, some of the leaders on the Senate floor, they gave her flowers. We heard from Senator Schumer, Senator Thune, I believe Senator Durbin also spoke as well. Let's play out some of the remarks. Oh, we heard from Collins herself as well. Let's play all of that out. This all happened moments ago.
Majority Leader.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments or motions be the next in order. Warnock, a motion to commit, and Sanders, number 5451.
Without objection.
And Madam President, I would ask unanimous consent for members to have an opportunity to speak here to acknowledge a very important landmark here in the United States Senate.
Without objection.
Madam President, 10,000 votes. Not only that, 10,000 consecutive votes. That's the milestone that Maine Senator Susan Collins will hit today. 10,000 consecutive votes here in the United States Senate. For nearly 30 years, Susan Collins has shown up for Mainers, has ensured that they are represented in every single vote the Senate takes, no matter what. Not just the headline-making votes, every vote, without fail. Madam President, Susan takes pride in the milestones that she's achieved, not because of any desire to have her name in the history books, but because to her, these votes are a tangible marker of the goal that she set for herself since she came to the United States Senate, and that is ensuring that Mainers always have a voice. Or in her own words, and I quote, "No one works harder than the people of Maine, and I have always sought to reflect that dedication by showing up to ensure our state is represented in the Senate for every single vote," end quote. Well, Mr. President, she's delivered on that commitment. 30 years of serving the people of Maine, and Susan Collins has never missed a chance to represent them. And so, Susan, congratulations on this incredible milestone, and thank you for your example of service. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
I want to join my colleague and all of my colleagues in congratulating Susan Collins, who will cast her 10,000th consecutive roll call vote in a few moments. No matter what has been going on in the world or in her life, Senator Collins has never missed a vote in her entire Senate career. This is truly a remarkable milestone. Many of us try hard to make every vote. Senator Collins has actually done it 10,000 times in a row. Senator Collins and I belong to different parties and do not always see eye to eye. But 10,000 consecutive roll call votes is an extraordinary streak by any measure, and I congratulate her on reaching it. Yield the floor.
Democratic Whip.
Madam President, I want to join in extending my heartfelt congratulations to my colleague and friend, Senator Collins, as she marks this incredible milestone. The first senator in America's history to have cast 10,000 consecutive votes in the United States Senate is an impressive demonstration of endurance and determination, and I salute you for it. We came to the Senate the same day, and so I asked my staff to check how many votes I'd cast. It turns out somewhere along the way I'd been denied over 100 opportunities to vote that Senator Collins had. I called on the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations to look into this. I can't imagine what happened here. But this much I am sure. This is a true record, and it's one that reflects her commitment to public service, and in my case, friendship. We have worked together in many different capacities. I remember the days after 9/11 when your extraordinary leadership with Senator Lieberman, if I'm not mistaken, led to a complete reform of the intelligence agencies in our nation. It was a dynamic legislative achievement, and I've talked to you about it many times. Over the years, we've worked together on many issues. We invited one another to our home states for town meetings. I don't know what a northeaster is, but I can tell you that was the damnedest rainstorm I've ever been through. When I went to Maine, I won't forget it. But our friendship is sound, and my admiration for your achievement is one that's on the record for all to witness. Congratulations.
Senator from Maine.
I want to rise to also congratulate my colleague on a truly remarkable achievement. that reflects her character and dedication to the people of this country. And I have to tell a very short story. She and I were together at a presentation once in Maine, sitting next to one another, and I got my report of how many times I had voted that session. It was 99.2. And I very proudly turned to Senator Collins and said, look, 99.2. Her response was, you'll never catch me. And what she has achieved by this record is really remarkable. Our state is not one where the weather is always favorable and it's always easy to get here. And to have maneuvered through bad storms, snowstorms, nor'easters, and to be here for every single vote since the first day she set foot in this chamber is a truly remarkable achievement. And I want to add my voice to those that have congratulated her and recognized her tonight for this. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Collins.
President.
Senator from Maine.
Madam President, I just want to thank my colleagues for their kind comments, for being on the floor on an occasion which means so much to me. Growing up in northern Maine, in Aroostook County, I learned the values of hard work, perseverance, and keeping your commitments. Mainers are known for their work ethic, and I have strived to bring those values here to my work, representing them in the United States Senate. It is such an honor, and I am so grateful for the support of my colleagues. Thank you so much.
Hear, hear.
Madam President,
Senator from Georgia.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Georgia, Mr. Warnock, moves to commit the bill S2 to
the reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Madam President, my friends on the other side of the aisle continue to falsely argue that their last reconciliation bill did not cut Medicaid. But now, nearly 1 year after this monstrosity passed, I call it the one big ugly bill, millions of Americans, including children, are losing health insurance as they ram through another partisan bill that does nothing to make health care more affordable. Just a few weeks ago, a report found that 1.75 million fewer kids were enrolled in Medicaid this year compared to last year. And earlier this week, the Trump administration released cruel guidance to states on how to implement the new Medicaid red tape requirements. In a word, they're making it harder for sick and disabled Americans to access health care.
All right. I wanted to listen into a decent portion of that historic moment as Susan Collins, a Republican out of Maine, casting her 10,000th straight vote without missing one, by the way. That's what's interesting is, and you heard Durbin kind of joking about it there, the fact that some of these lawmakers, they miss a decent amount of votes, and she has been present for every single one. An achievement there on the Senate floor. As we take a live look, they are still active, just past 9 p.m. on the East Coast. By the way, while that was happening, here's kind of an interesting sidebar to this story. Plattner, you might be wondering about Susan Collins and who she's facing in the election this coming November. Democratic Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner, he's facing some intense scrutiny following some reports. He was talking about those reports on MS Now, and Thune was currently congratulating Susan Collins while Plattner was on her cable news interview. So an interesting night there on Capitol Hill, and like I was showing you, they are still up and at 'em at this late hour. It's time for us to head away for a quick commercial break. I'm Austin Westfall. Back in a moment. All right, you're listening into Live Now from Fox, and I am seeing in my periphery here that it looks like they are still active on the Senate floor. I actually just saw Bernie Sanders speaking, but they just dipped away from him. So I thought for a second there we might be getting a live speech. Okay, it does look like we are going to get a live speech from Senator Sanders. Let's go out to him. By the way, according to Notice, this is Igor Bobich, it's been 10 hours. He sent this out 2 hours ago. So it's been 10 hours since the Senate began their vote-a-rama, averaging 1 vote per hour, moving like molasses. It's a slow crawl. Senator Warnock of Georgia admits the obvious as the vote-a-rama is dragging on. Only on the 10th Amendment vote, I think we've learned that starting early doesn't really work, he says. And tonight's vote-a-rama is proof that despite an early start, doesn't guarantee they're not going to have a long night. The independent senator out of Vermont, Bernie Sanders, speaking right now. Let's pull up the audio.
Stand up for working families and take on oligarchs. They will face millions and millions of dollars of ugly 30-second ads from billionaire-funded super PACs, from the AI industry, from crypto, from AIPAC, from the military-industrial complex, and from other special interests. Let's get billionaire-funded super PACs out.
The senator's time has expired.
Let's support democracy and pass this amendment.
The senator's time has expired.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Once again, the Democrats have an amendment that does not mention the words border security. It has nothing to do with the topic on the floor today, but there is also an old adage that hypocrisy is the tribute that vice pays to virtue. The largest super PAC in America in 2024 was Future Forward. That was Kamala Harris's super PAC. Right behind that, you have the Senate Majority PAC. That's the PAC Kamala Harris has had $559 million. The Senate Majority PAC helping elect Senate Democrats had $390 million. The House Majority PAC had $260 million. The Win Senate PAC had $311 million. And even Our Revolution, a 501c4 supporting Senator Sanders, spent millions. We don't know how much because it's dark money and not disclosed. I will also note, every Congress I've introduced a bill called the Super PAC Elimination Act that allows unlimited individual contributions directly to campaigns and requires immediate 24-hour disclosure. Not a single Democrat has ever been willing to join with me in that. The pending amendment, number 5451, contains matter that is within the jurisdiction of the Rules Committee and thus is extraneous. Therefore, I raise a point of order under Section 313B1C of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
Pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act and all budget resolution discipline that applies, I move to waive all points of order for the purposes of the pending measure. I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso.
Okay, looks like we might be getting some downtime. As I notice, we don't have anybody up there getting ready to make any remarks. So let's step away. As the Votorama continues, we here at Live Now are going to continue to track the top stories of the day. That always includes taking any and all question and answers that the president does with the White House press pool. Earlier today, President Trump was in the Oval Office. They were speaking on coal initially, and then the president, once they finished speaking on their planned topic, ended up taking questions from reporters in the room. It went on for about, nearly 40 minutes, typically how it goes. The president taking questions from reporters on his new appointment to be the head of intelligence for the country, the new DNI, also being asked questions about Cuba, Iran, and much more. Here's the president earlier today.
You're naming Bill Pulte as the acting director of national intelligence. There's been a little bit of a pushback from some Senate Republicans. Why do you think, Mr. President, he's the best person for the job?
Well, he's very smart. He's a person who's got high integrity. He's done a phenomenal job at Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. You probably have $1 trillion in value there. When he took over, it was much less. And I guess I'm responsible for that, too, because everybody wanted me to sell it in my first term for 10% of what it's worth right now. If I would have sold it, we would have lost $900 billion. We would have lost, think of it, it's probably worth $1 trillion. And I was offered, people want me to sell it at $100 billion, a very small percentage of what it's worth now. So, and he built it up a lot, did a great job. And it's an acting position. It's not a permanent. He's not going to be permanent because, I don't think he'd want to be permanent. But he's a very smart guy, and he may find out some things about the rigged elections, et cetera, et cetera. I think he'd like to do it. I think he wants to do it very much. Got a lot of energy. But he'll be very good. Again, it's not a permanent position. We're interviewing people right now, but it's somebody just to take it over for a little while.
Does he have the necessary, in your view, Mr. President, the necessary national security experience to take on that position?
Well, I do, and I think he does, actually, because he's smart. Because a lot of national security, I wasn't greatly experienced in national security, and I think I've done a really great job with it. A lot of people would say that. I've ended 8 wars, and soon to be a 9th. I hope that works out, too, Frankly, probably, and there's another one also. It could be 10. No president, I don't think a president's ended 1 war having to do with outside of this country. So, we've done a good job. I would say that Bill is a guy that will be able to figure it out very quickly. Again, it's short term, but he may be very effective for a short period of time.
Mr. President, so will there be a proportional
share increase of electricity production as a percentage of our nation's electricity output. And my follow-up is, I took that historic trip with Secretary Wright of the small modular nuclear reactor on the West Coast early this year. Are we making more progress? Because I know how critical gas and coal is for the secure grid.
Well, the answer is we are, but Chris, you want to answer that?
Yes, I mean, our electricity grid essentially runs on gas, coal, and nuclear. Those are the three key sources. They're the backbone of the American electricity grid. We're in favor of seeing all three of them grow. You will see all three of them grow during this administration. And in fact, later today, before the sun goes down, you'll see a big announcement in the nuclear space related to the trip you came on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, President Putin said today that he was willing to make compromises that you requested to end the war with Ukraine, if Ukraine was willing to make similar compromises.
Yeah.
What were the compromises that you asked?
Well, I'd rather not say, because Peter asked me. I think it was meant as a little wise guy question, but I'm not sure. But I'm very responsible when that happens. It's going to happen. They're going to both make compromises. I suggested those compromises. And, you know, we've had a lot to do with it. We'd love to see they're two very good people. They're two very, incredible countries, beautiful countries. They've got to stop. Last month, they had 25,000 people killed. Soldiers, mostly soldiers. Some people, but mostly soldiers. And it's been averaging probably almost 25,000 people every month of soldiers killed. And I've been very strong on the fact that they've got to get that over with. So, but they do. I want them each to make certain compromises. I think they're going to do that. Yeah, Daniel?
Mr. President, thank you. You, through your actions, have saved and supported more than 100 coal plants in your second term. When you hear something like that and you try to create an environment where they're not just surviving, they're thriving, what does that do to the reliability of our energy grid, but to the economies as well of states like Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Wyoming? How does it bolster those economies?
Well, we were destroying our grid because we were relying on wind and other things that don't have the power, they don't have the strength, they're very expensive. Wind is the most expensive form of energy. It sounds good. Wind, beautiful wind, but it's very intermittent. But those windmills cost a fortune. They break, they kill the birds, they're bad for the environment. Nobody wants to be near them. The houses, I don't know how they got popular. They're not popular with the people. They're popular with investors because they get subsidy. But we pretty much cut that subsidy out, I think, Doug, right?
Absolutely. In the Working Families Tax Cut bill, it all expires, and since the subsidies have gone away, there's virtually no one, particularly offshore, no one is trying to build one of those projects in America. Turns out they weren't trying to generate electricity, they're just trying to generate tax credits.
You're supposed to be making money with energy. And here, wind, it needs subsidy. Energy shouldn't need subsidy. We have so many different forms of energy, but I've talked about it for years. Wind is the most expensive. It's the worst. It causes tremendous problems, and it does. It kills millions and millions of birds a year. Nobody mentions that. You'd think if that were anything else, everybody would be sued. If you kill a bald eagle, to put you in jail for like 4 years or something, and yet windmills knock them out of the air all the time. Nothing happens. It's disgraceful. So we're into energy that really works and works powerfully. Yes, go ahead.
And we're waiting outside to come into the Oval Office. Everyone's looking at the UFC structure, the claw. Are you happy with how that's coming along, and what are your expectations?
We put it up in 5 days. It's incredible. And I told yesterday the story of the Eiffel Tower, and it was 1889. It was put up. It was going to be brought down right after the World's Fair ended. It was up for a short while, and they said, well, let's leave it a little bit longer. Then they said, let's leave it a little longer. It never came down. That was 1889, the World's Fair in Paris. So I jokingly said, let me tell you a story about the Eiffel Tower. No, it'll come down after the fight. There were actually some people who said he wants to leave it up. Yes, please.
Mr. President, how about the Columbus statue, Columbus Fountain at Union Station? It looks amazing.
Thank you.
And what does that mean for the relations between Italy and the United States?
It means Italian people love Trump. Because, that was controversial. People want to rip it down. You see how beautiful it is. And we didn't only not rip it down, but Doug and his group and all of us together, we beautified it. It's I didn't know that marble was going to be so beautiful. Once we cleaned it up, you wouldn't believe it. When you saw that thing was loaded for 50 years with filth and graffiti and everything else. It's amazing. It's amazing how good. They did a really great job.
On the Strait of Hormuz, Mr. President, do you still want European allies' help? We're discussing energy today. And
well, we don't need the help.
What kind of help would you want?
We're the most powerful military in the world. We gave them a chance to help, but they chose not to. NATO. We went to the NATO countries. We went to others too, in all fairness to NATO. And I wouldn't say I gave them a hard sell, but I said, hey, if you'd like to help, it'll be wonderful. And they all turned us down. And, it's going to be an expensive proposition for them because they shouldn't have done that. They should have helped. We don't need it. We have our own. We have much more than we need in terms of oil and energy generally. But European countries and other countries, they need it tremendous. Some of the European countries need it really big. And they should have said, we'd love to help. But
if you could choose, Mr. President, if you could choose, what would you ask them to do, sir? If you want...
Well, I would have asked them. I mean, there's not much. Look, we won. There's no Navy. There's no Air Force. We've wiped them out. We've wiped out their leadership and almost all of it. We've wiped out all their military leaders. They're down on the third. Now, maybe they're very good. I don't know. I can't tell you that. But certainly the first ones didn't do very good because they were literally, after 3 days, almost the entire military was wiped out. They had to get new generals. And then after that, they had to get more new generals. And we knocked out their anti-aircraft, their Air Force, just about everything you can knock out. So, and then you read in the fake news that they're doing really well in the war. I mean, it's unbelievable. We knocked out everything there is to knock out, and you'd pick up the fake news and just say how well they've done. They're doing brilliantly. They have no Air Force. They had we knew that, 159 ships. Andy, out of 159 ships, all 159 lie beautifully at the bottom of the ocean. We actually took pictures of them down there. And then you read the fake news, they say, well, their Navy is really great. You know what they have now? Little runabouts with a machine gun on the front. Their ships don't even really deal with them. They're like a gnat, they get off. That's all they have. It's crazy. This country needs a fair press. And one thing I think that's done is expose how corrupt our media is. And I really do, while we're here, I hope the media looks at this election that's taking place in California, where they think it'll take 7 or 8 days to count the votes. Can you believe this? I mean, they spend all that money on the machines, the big voting machines. They think it's going to be 7 or 8 days before we know who won the election. But the numbers are looking strange because without any vote counting, the numbers dropped very precipitously for 2 Republicans that are doing well, that had been doing well. And I hope you're all watching it because I'm watching it very closely.
Mr. President, are you worried that China is funding an
All right, I'm going to hit pause on the president right there. I'll play a little bit more of this out as the night goes on, a live look at the White House. That happened earlier today, earlier in the afternoon, I should say, in the Oval Office. President Trump, by the way, making some news today. The NBA Finals, many of us know this. They're coming back to New York City. And President Trump is expected to be at Madison Square Garden for Game 3. Trump plans to attend the game when the Knicks host the Spurs in New York, adding another layer of attention to the franchise's first finals appearance since 1999. Morgan McKay with Fox 5 in New York says that Mayor Mamdani says he's going to the Knicks Game 3 as well at MSG. He says he will, quote, be in a very different section. Mamdani then avoided answering if he will meet with the president while he's in the city. Mamdani was asked this during a press event earlier today with New York Governor Kathy Hochul. It's quick. Let's play this.
My question, though, President Donald Trump is going to be in town next week for the Knicks game. Are you planning to meet with him when he's in town at any point?
I can tell you that I'm planning to go to a Knicks game. I will be at Game 3. I will be in a very different section of the stadium. And I think we look forward to welcoming any New Yorker who is excited for the Knicks to have that chance to win that championship.
I've got time for just one or two more.
And that was the answer to the question. Of course, we'll be watching Game 2 of the NBA Finals tomorrow, and then that'll be the last game in San Antonio. That's when they'll pack up, hit the road, and head over to the Northeast. Game 3 at MSG. A live look at New York City. This camera planted over there at Fox News World Headquarters. Radio City Music Hall down the way there, 6th Avenue. Let's head away for a quick commercial break. I'm Austin Westfall. We have a lot more to discuss when we come back, including President Trump's nuclear negotiations with Iran. The latest news coming out of the UN's nuclear watchdog is that they have reportedly been unable to inspect nuclear facilities in Iran affected by the war last June. We're going to be discussing that with the Foundation for Defense of Democracies when we come back. Welcome back in Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. The UN's nuclear watchdog has reportedly been unable to inspect nuclear facilities in Iran affected by the war last June. The Associated Press saw a confidential report by the International Atomic Energy Agency, where the IAEA says that it, quote, cannot provide any information on the current size, composition, or whereabouts of the stockpile of enriched uranium in Iran, or whether Iran has suspended all enrichment-related activities. Let's bring in the FDD's Andrea Stricker. She is a nuclear non-proliferation expert at the FDD. You know, I was reading up on this because I knew we were going to talk tonight. I was reading that the IAEA says it can't do what's required under the safeguards agreement of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, Andrea. So how often is the IAEA supposed to check up on sites like Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan?
Good to join you, Austin. You know, the IAEA designs safeguards so that it can detect the diversion of nuclear material within about a month. So they don't want that to go missing for too long. And in the case of Iran, they're likely and they're inspecting more frequently than every month, particularly at the sites that would produce, you know, the 60% highly enriched uranium. But I think what this reporting underscores is the IAEA's frustration that it really has not been able to inspect any of these sites for close to a year now. And Iran has no legal grounds to restrict their access and to prevent the safeguarding of nuclear material. And so I think member states are getting very frustrated by this.
Yeah. Does this treaty, this nuclear non-proliferation treaty, does it describe what is supposed to happen to a country if it doesn't fulfill its duties?
Well, really, the only recourse is to pass resolutions condemning the activity, the action, the lack of access at the IAEA's Board of Governors meetings. And then if the state does not comply, you can refer the matter to the UN Security Council to, impose sanctions. That hasn't worked out very well in the case of Iran. What's really bit them most is the oil sanctions that the US imposed over the years. And then, of course, since the military strikes, they have not been enriching uranium for the first time since 2006. Nonetheless, we still need the IAEA in there to verify the whereabouts of around 9,000 kilograms of the enriched uranium, not just the highly enriched uranium.
You and I believe we were talking last year when the sites were struck in June, and there's been a lot of discussion about what's left underneath the rubble, if you will. If the IAEA were to inspect these areas, what level of clarity do we have on how they would carry something like that out? Isn't this material far, far underground?
It's an important question. The Fordow enrichment site, the Natanz enrichment site, they were hit with the massive ordnance penetrators, and Fordow itself is, very deeply buried under a mountain. The Esfahan tunnels, another site of concern, was hit with 30 Tomahawk missiles. So the IAEA just doesn't have the capability to do a job like that, because you're talking about moving in significant amounts of heavy machinery and excavation equipment, and also WMD and hazard material recovery teams. So, and President Trump, we've heard, has said that it's only the United States and China who have the capability to do something like that. So that's one reason why he's wanting the United States to supervise it. But I think he is willing to have the IAEA in there to oversee the whole thing. And also, he's even mentioned having the Iranians help out.
Which is an interesting idea. The war isn't as kinetic as it once was, Andrea, but it's still an unresolved conflict. President Trump has been giving us updates on social media every so often. We're kind of still in ceasefire limbo, if you will. Are there supposed to be safeguards for IAEA crews to go into these areas if it's believed to be dangerous? We don't know what exact direction this war is headed, after all.
That's right. And the U.S. and Israel, I believe, would notify the IAEA. I assume they did not strike the past two rounds with knowing that there were IAEA inspectors at the sites. So they would wait until they were on a day that they were not in there, or warn them ahead of time. But I think Iran also would have some limited time to kind of move inspectors out and say that they're under attack. We don't want you in here. What they don't have is the legal wherewithal to say you can't come back for a year. So it's really, even though they're being hit militarily on two occasions, there is no legal mechanism to stop the IAEA from being able to be in there.
What's worth tracking in the coming days and in the coming weeks, other than a big announcement from President Trump about the direction of the war? What are you watching for specifically about Iran's nuclear program?
Well, according to President Trump, the U.S. and Israel are watching these sites closely to make sure that Iran is not going in and recovering any of the material. It's my understanding that the Esfahan tunnel complex is the most questionable, that they might be able to reach the material if they so chose. He said even that he says 9 cameras on these sites. I assume he means satellites looking at these very closely, perhaps drones. But I will be looking to see whether the talks ultimately collapse over the ceasefire falling apart, but also Iran's refusal to commit to turning over the enriched uranium. So they have said that they're willing to turn it over, but they haven't been able to commit to that in this initial memorandum of understanding. And of course, we also want the IAEA to be back in there as a follow-on provision. And certainly that should be at the top of President Trump's list as well.
Appreciate the time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, a live look at the White House, just past 9:30 in the nation's capital. Speaking of the nation's capital, there's Capitol Hill, where the Senate floor is still active, by the way. Nobody's speaking right now, but it's very possible we're in for a late night. Shauna Kalafi will be getting up here in the next 20 minutes or so, and then Alexandra Goldberg after that. Not sure how long they will be at it tonight, but if it's a late night on Capitol Hill, we very well may be seeing some of these faces at the microphone a little bit later tonight. Let's step away for a quick break. Still got our bird feeder camera, by the way. Not really a whole lot of action. It's getting dark out there. For those that weren't watching in the previous hour, we have this camera set up at our Fox Detroit studio, WJBK, which I believe is in Southfield. And there were so many birds about an hour ago that they were fighting over the bird feed. I see something swimming in the water back there. Anyway, it's time for us to get to that commercial break. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. All right, welcome back in Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. They're still counting ballots in Los Angeles, by the way. You see their signature verification signage there, and it's unknown how long this process will take, but here's some of the numbers. The LA County Registrar Recorder, County Clerk, says that the second post-election night ballot count update includes over 81,000 ballots processed since the first post-election night update. Total election result count, they're at about 1.4 million so far, which is 25% of registered voters, it says. So Los Angeles still needs to count about 680,000 plus ballots. So there is still election results that these could tweak some of the results that are coming in. We're not expecting any groundbreaking changes to any of these races, but you certainly might see these numbers creep up or down a little bit. I mean, you look at the votes counted there, 66% of the votes. We're only talking about 2/3 of the total votes tabulated. It's expected from the Associated Press. So Karen Bass, the incumbent mayor of LA, she's got 35% of the vote. She has been confirmed. That's why you see the check mark there officially. She will be heading to the runoff. And Spencer Pratt there with 29% versus Rahman's 23%. Who's this guy? Andy Mack tweeting this out, saying Los Angeles County still says there are around 688,000 outstanding ballots to be counted. Pratt still is ahead of Rahman by about 30,000 votes. will he be able to hold her off to get in the runoff with Bass? It's a question that we're going to have to track closely as more and more of these ballots are tabulated. We'll let you know as more batches of ballots are tabulated and entered into the Associated Press's tracking system. Again, going from the second largest city in the country to the largest city in the country. A live look at the New York City skyline, where it's approaching 9:45 at night. President Trump is going to be in New York City for Game 3 of the NBA Finals, San Antonio Spurs at New York Knicks. The president was in the Oval Office earlier today. He was answering questions from reporters. I believe we had paused it just as a reporter was about to ask him a question about relations with China. Let's watch.
That China is funding an anti-data center movement here?
No, I'm not worried about it. We had a great meeting with China. And, they do things to us and we do things to them. I say it all the time. They say, are you worried about China tapping your phones? I said, well, they're worried about the same thing. No, we're very highly sophisticated. We've become very highly sophisticated. We had 4 years. I rebuilt the military. We had a military that was not good, and we rebuilt it, and I didn't know I'd use it quite as much, but we used it. Ukraine has been given a tremendous amount of our without our military and our equipment, Ukraine wouldn't be alive to fight today. Just in terms of the question. We gave them hundreds of billions of dollars worth of equipment. And the best equipment, and we make the best equipment anywhere in the world, but they wouldn't have lasted 1 or 2 days. They wouldn't have been able to do it. Remember the anti-tank missiles? Remember that, right? When the tanks got stuck in the mud, and then they went around and boom, 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 and those were given by yours truly. They said Obama gave sheets and Trump gave. The anti-tank is one of the most devastating weapons, but you check that out. But we have the greatest military. We have the greatest military equipment anybody's ever seen before. Look at Venezuela. We went in there. It was over after about 48 minutes. And they have a strong military, different kind of a military, but a lot of soldiers. And you look at Iran, well, we essentially wiped out their military. Now, there's some missiles left, but very few compared to what they had.
And speaking of our military in Iran, I wanted to ask you about this report that you would only restart the conflict with Iran if they killed U.S. troops. Is that your red line for ending the ceasefire?
If they killed?
U.S. troops.
What does that mean?
That you would restart the war with Iran if they killed U.S. troops.
Well, it would be a good reason. I'd be honest with you. If they killed U.S. troops, I think I would do that very quickly. Yeah, that's a very interesting question.
You responded to the vote in the House yesterday of the War Powers Resolution. Also, we've seen Hezbollah reject the U.S. brokered peace in Lebanon. You said that negotiations are in final stages, but Iran's saying they're stalled.
They didn't reject me. They didn't reject us. And they're looking. I think Hezbollah, I will tell you, they called us and they said, how about stopping? And I think you're going to see things happen over there. That's been like a little bit of a different world, but it's interconnected with Iran. And it would be really nice if Lebanon could have some peace. Lebanon's been under attack for so many years and always like an underdog. And it would be really nice if it could end. And I spoke to Bibi Netanyahu about that. And I speak to them about it, and I actually spoke to Hezbollah about it. And I think progress is made. That's been going on for a long time. When you look at that for years and years, 48 years, I say, well, let's get this settled. How long has it been going on? 48 years. I said, that's a long time. Not that easy, but go ahead.
As we get closer to the midterms, are you starting to factor in domestic reaction to this in your handling of this, or are you
just do what's right
indefinitely?
No, I mean, look, it was like Venezuela was very unpopular. Then we won, and my numbers went through the roof. I have very high poll numbers. They went through the roof. It was very unpopular when I went to Venezuela. They said, oh, we don't want... Well, first of all, that one's relatively close. It's sort of a semi-neighbor, right? And the relationship with Venezuela is incredible. We've taken out millions and millions of barrels of oil out of Venezuela. It's very oil prone. I guess, Chris, one of the most, right?
Yes.
And we've taken out, you're sort of leading it, but you want to just tell real fast about the relationship we have with Venezuela, Chris?
Yeah, things with Venezuela have gone very well. Venezuelan oil exports today are 3 times higher than they were right before we went in. So it has been a meaningful incremental supply of oil to the world. And one of the reasons we're solving a 47-year-old problem of Iran's race for nuclear weapons and oil prices in the U.S., we wish they were lower. But gasoline prices in the U.S. are, a little over $4. They're $10 in Europe. They're higher in Asia. They're very high in California. The bigger threat to energy prices in the United States is Democratic green energy policies. They have driven up energy prices far more than a conflict in Iran. And the conflict in Iran will come to an end. We hope that crazy green energy, drive up energy prices policy of the Democrats at federal and state levels, we hope that comes to an end too.
And remember this, if you want to call it a war or if you want to call it a military operation, you cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And everybody agrees to that, no matter, almost everybody. But wait a minute. Our gasoline prices are lower than they were with Biden without that. And he would have let them have, in fact, he inspired them to have, frankly, a nuclear weapon, him and Obama. Obama picked the wrong country, you know that. And the Obama deal, I terminated that, or they would have had a nuclear weapon. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. Our deal, if we make that deal, and it's going well, but who knows? If we make that deal, it's the exact opposite. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
It sounds like you're in it for as long as it takes.
I'm not going to let them have a nuclear weapon, no. With Obama, it was a road, you know that, it was a road to a nuclear weapon. That was a short-term agreement, and at the end of which they would have a nuclear weapon. So they would have had it 4 years ago. Then we attacked with this beautiful plane right here, the B-2 bomber. We attacked 10 months ago, we attacked their nuclear sites and they were obliterated. It turned out that, CNN was wrong. They said, well, maybe they weren't hit that hard. They were hit so hard, nobody knows if you can even get it out. But the only ones that have the capability of getting out is us in China. We're the only ones with that kind of equipment that's powerful enough to go down that deep into a mountain. But that mountain crushed it. That mountain literally collapsed on top of it. Those pilots did one hell of a job. And now the atomic energy, as you know, has backed us up on that. They think it's a very, very hard thing to get it. But we'll get it anyway. But we're the only one, and China, I believe China too, but we're the only two that have the capability.
President Biden is out promoting a new book this week. When you met with Joe Biden, President Joe Biden, right here in the Oval Office on November the 13th of 2024, could you detect any cognitive decline in President Biden at that time?
No, not really. I mean, he was the same guy I've been watching for a long time. I mean, you could go back 40 years. I watched him 40 years ago, 30 years ago. He was never the sharpest guy. You do know that, right? It wasn't like he was sharp as a tack. But, no, it was the same guy. They actually invited me here before the election, which was strange. We went here before, but then I met also, as you know, we did the ritual. And, I mean, he was fine as far as I was concerned. I don't know, something happened to him during the debate. It could have been me. I thought I had a very good debate. Nobody ever says that. They say that Biden did badly. What about me? Did I do well? There's a reason he did badly. So the question is, did he do badly because he choked or because he didn't have it? But he didn't have a good, I would say this, he did not have a good night.
But during that time period, you met with him for about 2 hours. You didn't feel...
Okay. We have to take our final commercial break. President Trump being asked questions by reporters. We're going to keep playing more of this out. We know there's a lot of questions that the media and you have about where things stand in the world. Let's take our final break of the hour. I'm Austin Westfall. Be back in about 2 minutes. All right, that's going to do it for my time on the desk. I'm Austin Westfall. Shauna Claffey has you covered for the next couple of hours. I'm going to leave you with more of President Trump answering questions from reporters. They were just asking him about the Bidens, a few questions about the Bidens. The first question you're going to hear is President Trump being asked about his interactions with Biden during the transfer of power when Biden was leaving office and President Trump was being sworn in. The press was asking President Trump if he noticed any cognitive decline in Biden while the two were talking. And then after that, you're going to hear them ask about the possibility of Hunter Biden in 2028. Here's the conversation.
During that time period, you met with him for about 2 hours. You didn't feel he was...
No, he spoke softly, very softly. And as we started to speak, I mentioned this to people. We spoke very, very softly. Very low. And as we talked, we got along really well, and I thought he was fine. When I say fine, I mean, was he like talking to Doug Burgum? Was he like talking to Chris? Was he like talking to any of these monsters up here, all these tremendous politicians and environmental geniuses? Was he like talking to Andy Barr? No. He was fine.
I have a question about Hunter Biden. He's on social media now, and he has suggested, maybe joking, I don't know, that he could run for president in 2028. How would he do, Hunter Biden, in a 2028 Democratic primary?
Well, you would think that, past has something to do with winning an election, and I would say his past is not the greatest. Where's Hunter? Remember my Where's Hunter? It became the #1 shirt anywhere in the world for about 3 weeks. I'm not going to say bad. I'm sure, hey, if the guy from Maine can do well, I guess Hunter could do well too, because the guy from Maine is a basket case. And I would say worse than him is the one from Texas that looks like Alfred E. Newman. I would say that if he can do well, maybe Hunter can do well. I'm not sure. It'll be pretty close as far as I'm concerned.
And I've got a question about the nuclear dust. So the bombers go in, they entomb a lot of this enriched uranium.
Yeah.
At this point, do you need a deal with Iran to go get it? Or have you thought about just a covert, daring, send in the SEALs, send in the Rangers?
But I didn't want to be Jimmy Carter, I didn't feel like being Jimmy Carter.
So that's off the
we did. Well, we thought about it right at the very beginning, before we did what we did, before we destroyed their entire military. We thought about it, and I didn't want to be in a position where you had, to get there. It's not like Venezuela. Like you go in, you're there for a matter of minutes, and you're out, and everybody's waving goodbye as you take off, and you brought the cargo back. This is different. You'd have to be there for 2 weeks. You'd need massive equipment. You'd have to airlift the equipment in. You're in a war zone. And there was a time at the very beginning when we thought about doing that, because they would have not been watching, but they would have found out. I mean, during a period of a week to 2 weeks, you would have had a major construction operation, because that plane, and more importantly, those people that operate those planes, including the mechanics, that flew for 37 hours round trip. Think of that. And the tankers that refilled them 4 times, what an operation it was. Amazing. And but we would have been, Peter, we would have been there for a period of from a week to 2 weeks. We would have gotten it. But I said, I don't like the idea of that. All of a sudden they, pinpoint, they still had missiles left. That means they would pinpoint you and just keep lobbing them in until one gets through, and people would have gotten killed. So I didn't like it. We could get it right now. I don't think they could stop us if we wanted, but there's no reason to. It's entombed. You use a good word. It's entombed. We also have cameras on it through Space Force. We have very powerful cameras. Every door, there's a door. You know where the doors go? They go to bad places. But every single place on those mountains, there's basically three. Because we also hit it with tomahawks after. After that we hit it with tomahawk. Every inch of that land has cameras on it. We have about 9 of them, and they're on it. We cover it. So if anybody even got near it, we would know what we had to do.
And we heard you want to meet with the new Ayatollah, the new supreme leader.
I don't want to meet, but if I did meet, I'd be honored to meet him. I'd like to see if we make a deal. But if we make a deal, it's possible that I would meet him. I'd be okay with that.
Would that happen here in the U.S.? White House?
I don't know, Peter. I haven't really heard too much about it. I didn't suggest it, but some people have suggested it. If it happened, it would be happen. I'd be respectful.
Do you think because Epic Fury killed his dad and his wife and his kid that he's got hard feelings and wouldn't want to meet?
Well, I would say I'm not his favorite person, but with that being said, he's probably I don't know him. He's probably a professional. In some circles, he has a very good reputation, actually. You know, sometimes some people say bad, but a lot of people say bad about me. It's totally false, of course.
Mr. President, on jobs, tomorrow the jobs report will be released. While the unemployment rate has been steady at 4.3%, the black unemployment rate has been 7.3%. When you ran for president, you courted black voters and talked about what you described as black jobs. How do you describe why this disparity is happening? What can you do to close that?
Well, we're doing very well with the black jobs, African-American jobs. I saw some numbers that we're doing really well. But where we're really going to do well is when all these plants are open. You know, we're building many car plants. We're bringing cars back from Germany. We lost the car industry years ago. 54% of the industry went to Germany, Japan, Canada, Mexico. It's all coming back. It's amazing. And where your black worker is really going to do well is when those factories open. So I think they're going to be great. We've been doing very well. It's been a big focus for me. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. On today's announcement, how do you ensure that estimated cost savings are passed on to the consumers and not held by the company? And then on Iran, what specific progress has been made today in talks with them, and where are the sticking points still?
So we're really lowering costs. You know, when I came into this job, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country. 48 years, they say, but I think the history of our country, whether it's 48 years or more. But we had tremendous inflation with Biden, during the Biden. They had one of the highest ever. And I inherited that. The costs were very, very high. And at my first news conference, Peter and others were screaming at me about eggs. Remember, Peter? Eggs. What about eggs? Maybe it wasn't you, but I wanted to inject Peter into it. But he was screaming to me about eggs. And I said, what? Tell me about eggs. This is 2 days in. They said eggs had quadrupled. I said, well, they didn't quadruple under me. And they didn't want me to order eggs for the Easter egg hunt that was going to take place in a few months, right? And I said, nope, we're not going to. They wanted me to order plastic eggs. And I said, nope. And we got eggs down to lower than what it was long prior to when I took over. And eggs today are about 15% lower. What we had is a bunch of con artists, the Democrats. And what they did is they said, they left. They gave the highest prices that we've ever had for all products, groceries, everything. And they started saying affordability. They'd say, this is about affordability. It's a con job. I inherited their high prices. We brought those prices way down. And when and if you go back 3 months ago, if you go back before the war started, think of it, 3 months. So with Vietnam, we were there for 19 years. With Iraq, it was about 9 years. With another one, it was about 12 years. And with another one, we had all these wars that lasted for 9, 10, 12, 19 years for Vietnam. Think of it. And they said, you're in there for 3 months. This is a terrible thing. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers have been killed in these other wars. We lost not one soldier in Venezuela. We didn't lose one soldier. And we lost a total of 13, which is 13 too many. But when you look at hundreds of thousands of soldiers were killed in these various wars, they lasted many, many years. We're in there for a few months, and what we've done is amazing. They won't have a nuclear weapon. And it was tough because we just got, Doug and everybody came in to say me, we just got the best numbers. Well, today, again, the New York Stock Exchange and every other exchange just hit a new all-time high. That's 73 days out of my short term. We've hit brand new highs. Every 401k is setting records. A 401k, a lot of people have. You probably all have 401ks. Look at your 401k. You're happy about your 401k? You know, the nice reporters are smiling at me, and the stupid reporters are like that. But their 401ks are setting records. They should be happy. They shouldn't be angry. They should be very happy. But 401ks are setting records. They've never had anything like